This is a series about the unexplained, about things that are seen and yet not seen, about events that our common sense tells us can't possibly occur, and yet they have occurred, burned into people's memories, never to be forgotten. Our stories come from all over the country, and they involve people who didn't have the slightest belief in the paranormal until it forced its way into their lives. In this series, we tell their stories, and we grapple with the uncomfortable questions that arise. What is happening? What do these stories mean for our understanding of the way the world works? And what does science have to say about it all? There are far too many of these happenings for them simply to be brushed aside. They have now to be confronted. This is one of a maze of tunnels under the old treasurer's house in the ancient city of York. It runs down into the cellars. It also happens to lie right in the centre of the old Roman fort that occupied this site 2,000 years ago. It was here that one chill February morning, Harry Martindale, plumber, was sent to run in a new set of water pipes.
And my job was to knock a hole to where this pipe is here, through the ceiling. I came down, spent a whole day knocking a hole through the ceiling. I had no idea then it was several feet thick. And I came down here the second day, continued to knock the hole through the ceiling. I had a short ladder in the centre of the floor here, and in the centre of the floor was the original Roman road, and it had been laid out in sections. You know, I knew whatever it was old, but I had no interest in it. In fact, I put the base of the ladder on the Roman road. Just before lunchtime, I started to hear the sound of a musical note. There was no tune, just a blaring of a note. And I thought, well, someone had a wireless on in another part of the building. And the sound got louder and louder, and I realised at the same time the sound was actually coming from the wall here. And when I realised this, I just glanced down in line with my waist on the right-hand side here, and I saw that a figure had come out of the wall. What I was looking at was the top of a helmet with the plumes on. Now, I knew whatever it was shouldn't have been here in the cellar with me, and through the shock and the terror of seeing this, I just stepped back off the ladder, landed on my backside, and then scrambled into the corner of the cellar there. When I looked at the figure, it was almost a complete figure of a Roman soldier. He came out of the wall, walked at a slight angle towards the wall opposite, and as soon as he cleared the wall, then a horse came out of the wall behind him, with the Roman soldier sat astride it. Now, once the horse had cleared the wall and was going through the wall opposite, then Roman soldiers came out in twos. Now, I was in no fit state to count them as if they were going into the ark, but there were at least 20 of these Roman soldiers appeared here.
This extraordinary apparition took place in what must have been one of the busiest parts of the old Roman fort, on the main road from the northeast gate, running towards the main barracks. The treasurer's house, where Harry was in the cellar, lies on the edge of that road.
We're standing now on Chapter House Street, which is close to the line of the Roman Via Decumana. That is the main Roman road which led from the northeast gate of the fortress, away in that direction, to the headquarters building of the fortress, which is away to my left. And York Minster now stands on the site of the Roman building, and some 12 feet below the great medieval cathedral, you can still see remains of the Roman walls as they were excavated in the late 60s. Immediately to my left here is the cellar, and this is where the surface of the Roman road was found when the cellar floor was taken up. And this is where Harry saw the soldiers.
Now, terror is a difficult word. I think what I felt in here was worse than terror, and I can assure you, your hair does stand on and you can actually feel this. Because what I was looking at, although I only had one single light in here, what I was looking at were same as you and I. But the difference between them and me was they were coming out of a wall. The wall didn't exist as far as they were concerned. The only other Roman soldier I've seen prior to this is what we call, or what I call, the Charlton Heston, riding a beautiful horse, very smart. These were complete opposite. The first thing that struck me was how small they were. They were very small indeed. Another remarkable thing, that when they first came out of the wall, I couldn't see them from the knees down until they came to where the Roman road had been excavated. Then I could see them from the sandals up. So much so that when the horse came through the wall, and when it was going across where the Roman road had been excavated, I could see that the fetlocks of the horse were real bushy.
It is this kind of strange detail that lends credence to Harry's story. These ghostly soldiers were clearly walking on the old Roman road surface, so only where the cellar had been excavated back to that level could he see them at full length.
Over the Roman period, the road has been remade and resurfaced, and the ground level has risen. So I presume that Harry has seen soldiers perhaps of the late 1st century, in other words, of the 9th Legion who were here in York at that time.
This man, who knew nothing about Roman history or Roman military equipment, was able to give a detailed description of the soldiers' appearance, right down to their weariness and the stubble on their chins.
I wouldn't say that they were all that smart, although they all had the same uniform on. The helmet, the metal helmet, came right underneath the chin here, and from where I was sat with the single light I had on here, I could see there was growth of hair here on the face. They had the coloured plumes coming out the top of the helmet, and as we were going by, I could see they were going down the side of the back of the head here. They all wore the same thing. On the top, over material, were strands of leather all the way around. And the only thing I can say they had on underneath was a skirt, like a green-coloured skirt. All of them carried a short sword on the right-hand side. This was the side nearest to me, and it was a short sword, like an oversized dagger.
Harry's description, given very shortly after his experience, was examined in great detail by historians. It proved to be accurate in just about every detail.
The armour that the legionaries wore was what was called lorica segmentata, which is thin strips of steel which were attached to a leather base. And they are a very distinctive feature of the legionary armour, and would have provided, on the one hand, very good protection for the upper body, but at the same time flexibility. The Roman soldiers sacrificed their protection below the waist to mobility. All they had below the waist was a sort of sporran-like affair, which was a series of strips of leather which had metal plates on it. And then, of course, they had the tunic underneath their armour.
But in one crucial detail, Harry's description seemed to be totally wrong. In his written testimony, he described the soldiers as carrying rounded, bossed shields, quite unlike the traditional Roman rectangular shields. But in fact, this single detail only served to underline the veracity of Harry's experience.
One was carrying a long, like a lance affair, and one of the soldiers that were walking out of the wall carried a shield. Now, in the centre of the shield, it was like a raised bulb.
Now, Harry refers to round shields, and we don't normally associate these with legionaries. But the Roman army also included auxiliary troops, and these were soldiers who were recruited in frontier areas and from subject peoples and so forth, and their equipment was really rather different. And we know, for example, that they did have rounded or oval shields. So it may well be that what Harry has seen is a detachment of auxiliary troops who were attached to the fortress in York for some particular function. We know, for example, that at Cawthorne, which is to the northeast of York, there are a number of fortifications there which include a couple of what we think are practice camps. So in order to keep their hand in, as it were, the soldiers were sent out to train by building practice fortifications, rather in the way that soldiers are kept busy today. The last thing that the Roman authorities wanted was soldiers sitting around with time on their hands.
The terror that I felt was because I could see them, exactly as I can see anyone else here now. So I thought, naturally, all I had to do was just glance to their right, see me there in the corner. And obviously, I think the terror was in case of doing me any harm. But they didn't. They just looked ahead of them, going through the wall opposite. When the last one had cleared the cellar, gone through the wall, and I couldn't hear or see anything else, then I made my escape out of here.
When Harry described his remarkable experience to the curator of the museum at York, it turns out that he was by no means alone in having seen the Legionnaires, mud-bespattered, weary, returning perhaps from a training exercise or a cross-country forced march. In a sense, it could be said that the Roman camp in York is still active. And that seems to be true of many other Roman sites around the country. The Roman Legionnaires are still with us. The Romans occupied this country for over 400 years. They had over 25,000 men stationed here, and they imprinted themselves very firmly on the British landscape. They brought with them their architecture and their technology. They built cities and forts and farms and villas here, linked by a network of arrow-straight military roads to move their legions quickly to any trouble spot. They made wine here and reared families, grew up and died here. Thousands of Romans lie buried on British soil. For a long time, Colchester, out on the East Anglian marshes, was the Roman capital of the country. One of the roads leading out of the city ran east to West Mersey Island. The modern road follows the old Roman causeway. West Mersey Island was well developed. It had farms and villas, and a Roman princess. Legend has it that she was married to a centurion from Colchester, and that she is buried in a large burial mound quite close to the road. Some local people would claim that the Romans are still active on West Mersey Island. Jill Smeaton, for example, who lives very close to the burial mound, has heard them.
Well, in 1987, I'd been living here, I suppose then, for about 10 years. And I'd always been a little bit frightened, perhaps, when I was going out to do the late night feeds, because we keep horses here. But after 9-10 years of seeing and hearing absolutely nothing, I'd forgotten all about it, to be honest with you. And then suddenly it was the night of the autumn equinox, as I say, 1987, September the 23rd. Very, very black night. There was absolutely no moon whatsoever. The tide was over the Strood, so we were actually cut off at that time. I think it was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and I'm a very, very heavy sleeper. I don't wake up for anything normally. And yet suddenly I just sat bolt upright in bed, because going past my bedroom window, we live in a bungalow, was the sound, very, very clear, definite sound of 2 horses unshod, walking along as though they were going through reeds or long grass, which was extraordinary because I'd cut the grass that very day. It had been long, but it was completely shorn. But it was a swishing, whooshing noise, and coming behind these 2 horses was the sound of very, very heavy wooden cartwheels just rumbling along, not going very fast as you might imagine a chariot, but just rumbling along. Whether it was perhaps a funeral procession, I don't know, it could even have been that. But it was such a heavy wagon or whatever that they were, or cart that they were dragging, that the walls of the bungalow were actually reverberating. It was really like being in the middle of a Western movie. Just the noise of the horses and carts going past. And my friend in the room next door heard exactly the same thing. And although she's a much lighter sleeper than I am, I mean, I'd normally sleep through anything, but we both rushed out into the hallway. And funnily enough, her husband didn't hear anything, nothing at all. And yet the 2 of us heard this tremendous rumbling noise going past, thought our horses were out, looked out of the window in a panic, thinking we were going to have to rush out and herd them up. But they were just going past too slowly for that. We couldn't see anything. And our own horses just a few hundred yards away were completely silent. So we then heard it move away. We looked through the windows, couldn't see a thing, but again, as I say, it was completely black. And it seemed to move across the road, away from the Strood, and go up in the region of Dawes Lane.
Many other people have heard similar sounds of carts and chariots moving across the island. Others claim to have seen the centurion husband, perhaps on his way to visit his wife's tomb.
One September night, my friend and I came back from Colchester. We've been to the local, one of the pubs in there, and had a few drinks and saw some of our girlfriends and that. We came back onto Mersey Island over the Strood on the East Mersey Road. As we turned into Dawes Lane, about 400 yards up the road, where there was a pond and haystacks, misty night, in the headlights, this figure came out between the pond and the haystacks, walking towards the mound. And he looked a Roman centurion. He had a helmet on, with an eagle on the front. He had a shield. He had a sword. He had a uniform on, and he sort of had a red skirt, but we couldn't see his legs. And we stopped the car, and my friend said, "We'll have him tonight." And he jumped out of the car, and I followed. We went about 400 yards down the road, where there's a mound, Roman mound, with an opening in it. And he sort of looked at us, and then he disappeared.
We were coming along Mersey Strood one evening at about 12 o'clock. It was high tide and a full moon. And as we were going along the Strood, I was happened to look across the opposite side of the road, and there was somebody walking along, and I looked, and it was the Roman ghost. And I said to my husband, "Oh, look, there's the Roman ghost." And my husband said, "Don't be so silly, what on earth are you talking about?" We turned round and came back, and we came along slowly, and I wound my window down on my side, because I was on the near side, and had a look, and there was this Roman, and my husband saw him as well, and he was all dressed up and holding his two spears, and he had all the leather sort of skirt on, and he was sort of very upright and straight, and he was quite a large man, and he was just looking straight ahead. He was looking, his face was all rounded face, and his eyes was just looking straight ahead. And we went further up, turned round. Then when we turned round, came back, he just completely disappeared. And the water was at high tide, and it was level with the pavement. And there was no boats, no cars, not a bicycle, nothing. And he just completely gone.
It sounds, of course, totally inexplicable. What can possibly be happening in these kinds of experience? How can Roman soldiers still be marching across the countryside nearly 2,000 years after the legions left these shores? What do the scientists have to say about it all?
Well, that's the major question. When the Society for Psychical Research was set up over a century ago by a group of very distinguished academics from Cambridge University, the belief was that they would, very quickly, by using scientific methods, they would find out exactly the reality or otherwise of phenomena of this kind. Well, 100 years later, we're still searching, we're still looking. And the Society, over that century, has had many of the most brilliant scientists in the country as members. All that they've been able to do in the end is to be relatively convinced that these phenomena happen, but we're very, very far from an explanation of them. It ends up in the end as a matter of belief.
One extraordinary theory that has some currency argues that in some way buildings and rocks and the earth itself absorb energy from living beings who inhabit them, and that later on, under certain conditions, that energy, that signal, can be replayed, rather like a CD or a tape. Indeed, it's called the stone tape theory.
You have to postulate that in the case of a typical haunt, some very emotion-laden scene or some very important scene from the point of view of the humans who took part in it has somehow become registered on the environment, not necessarily within a house, maybe even outside, and that it's almost like a sort of psychic video that has been created. And someone who comes along who is sensitive enough to act as a psychic video player will actually play that tape and see the figures, or perhaps even hear voices, or hear sounds. And it is nothing to do with the people who originally were there. They're no longer there. It's simply a record.
If you imagine some sort of environment whereby, say, some individual undergoes some drastic effect, like decapitated or something like that, then the energy liberated at that particular point in time, in fact, is transmitted, expelled into the surrounding material and stored in that material. These subtle energies, a series of vibrational frequencies, can in fact then be read out at some later time, very much like say, a video recording. So a sequence of rather drastic events can in fact be recorded in living matter.
At the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, one eminent physicist, Brian Josephson, expresses an even more outlandish possibility, that inanimate matter could actually have consciousness. In its present state of knowledge, he argues, science couldn't deny such a proposition.
Well, the idea that a piece of matter can hold impressions of the past is a very surprising observation. Would be very hard to explain, and the only way I could understand it would be if the stone or whatever it was had some kind of consciousness and could remember on account on that account. Now, whether it could have consciousness or not, we don't know. Consciousness is assumed to be always connected with brains, but we don't really have any kind of theory of consciousness in science which would tell us that it should be associated entirely with brains. And so if science were ever to have a proper explanation of consciousness or a proper theory of it, it's always possible that it might allow a wider collection of objects than just brains to possess it.
My hope is that science will be able to demonstrate these things in a reliable way in the future and be able to provide a scientific explanation for them in the future, which is in no sense, of course, saying that they would not therefore be spiritual or religious also in orientation, because the two things need not be separate in that sense.
But clearly science is still struggling for an explanation of things and events that it's not really equipped to explore. Meanwhile, there is no doubting the validity of Harry Martindale's extraordinary experience. It is burned into his memory as vividly now as on the day he experienced it.
One of the churches I belonged here in York, they put pressure on me as a Christian. They didn't think it was right that I should mention my ghost story. And I went along with this for a while. But then I think, no, why? Why shouldn't I mention it? I'm not trying to convince you that what I saw in here happened. I know it happened to me. Whether you believe this or not, it just doesn't bother me whatsoever. No one has ever turned around to me and says, you're a liar.
This country is famous for its old coaching inns and public houses. They're dotted up and down the land at crossroads and in village high streets. And for many hundreds of years, They've been a centre of village life and a resting place for travellers moving along the old network of trunk roads. This constant ebb and flow of life in and around these old houses seems to have left an indelible imprint upon many of them. They're the focus for some of the most extraordinary and surprising stories of paranormal events that we've come across in our search. In this programme, we tell a quite remarkable story from just such a historic inn, the George, in the ancient city of Preston. Over 300 years old, steeped in history, built on the edge of an old battlefield.
We know that the pub was here for 300 years or more, but the land itself also has a tremendous history. During the Civil War, the Battle of Preston was played out just down the road, and this area was used as a mass burial ground. This has nothing to do with the gravestones that have been found on the site, because those graves would not have been marked with stones. But we do know that it was perfectly legal at the beginning of the 18th century to have your loved ones buried on your own family property, in the cellar, in the back garden, wherever. It was perfectly legal to do that. So it's not so surprising that we found gravestones here.
Over the past 5 or 6 years, the George has been through what amounts to a paranormal storm, a troubled and disturbed time that has transformed the views of the people who live and work there.
When it happens to you, you start believing that, you know, you shouldn't be so sceptical, that you should read into things, and when it does happen to you personally or your immediate family, then you do realise that you shouldn't dismiss things. I was very, very shallow by not believing, not looking into it more.
I didn't believe it, but it's like the old saying, isn't it? Seeing is believing. There's definitely something strange.
The lightning conductor of this storm of paranormal activity has been Tom, a solid, down-to-earth North Countryman, former landlord of the George before he was driven out by the hauntings. He sought help from Melanie Warren. She's an experienced and rigorous paranormal investigator, profoundly sceptical, rejecting anything that smacks of deception. She was aware of a deeply sensitive side to Tom.
Tom has had psychic experiences of one kind or another for most of his life. And I think that because he's more sensitive to things of that nature, that's why his story is much more exciting than anyone else's.
But it isn't just Tom. Over the past 5 years, all kinds of weird and unexplained events have gone on in the George. Objects have materialised and disappeared right in front of people's eyes. Machines have switched themselves on and off. People have been frightened out of their wits by invisible forces that have pinned them to the wall. But many of these events have been just bizarre and whimsical, funny, rather than frightening.
A bank book, you'd leave it somewhere, that's why you knew it was important. You'd leave it in a particular place, knowing full well where it was, and you go to retrieve it and find it had gone minutes later, and begin a hunt for it because it was usually important, and find it in some, a particular room that you hadn't even visited, and obviously you blame yourself. I must have gone in there and left it. You blame the children. They must have picked it up and moved it. But some of the things were just it happened too often to be reasoned away.
One night I came down to put some CDs on, and the CD player was here, which was a large CD player, like a jukebox, which held a lot of CDs, I say about 50 or more. And I got halfway down the stairs, which are here. They were slightly different than that, but basically they're in the same position and everything else as they were. CD player was here. Halfway down the stairs, the machine just started to throw everything out, literally. And instead of like straight up in the air, like you would imagine it would do, they were flying across the room everywhere. Because I thought at the time, I hope one doesn't hit me as I'm running back up the stairs, because I thought it might be quite painful. And that was the last time I was down here, and I've never been down until today. So it still feels strange, and it's not very nice, and I'll be glad when I'm out of here, thank you.
It's like the new licensees what moved in to this pub as we was moving out. We took our old till with us to the next pub. They put the till up back over there. They hadn't even plugged it in, and I was stood there and the till was on there and I was talking to new landlord and till started working and a little piece of paper come up and the till wasn't even plugged in. And I said to him, "You're welcome to this, mate, I'm off." And he couldn't believe it, he was absolutely gobsmacked.
But throughout all of this, a great shadow has lain over the George. The shadow of a tall, gaunt, aggressive figure, dressed in 18th century clothes, who has appeared again and again to Tom. He remembers the first appearance as keenly as if it happened yesterday.
I heard all this banging going on. This building's like 3 stories, if you will. And I heard all banging upstairs on top floor. My first initial reaction was it's my oldest lad getting up for work. And I'm going to kill him when he comes downstairs for making so much noise. But every room, every door was opened and slammed. Opened and slammed, and you had this boom, 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 these feet. And all doors slam, slam. And I was in bed, and I got out of bed thinking, when he gets down here, he's in trouble.
Well, I was fast asleep, and the first thing I remember hearing was the dog barking, really violently, barking very angrily, not just a little woof. I sat up in bed, and Tom was in the process of following the dog through the bedroom door, down on the landing, down the steps towards the bar. At this point, I was still half asleep and thought we'd been burgled. The dog and Tom's gone down to investigate someone breaking in.
When I heard him coming down the stairs, I turned around and I just saw a black shape as such moving fast, so I couldn't like pick it out, if you will. I heard this slam, and the next minute I heard another door slam, and then another door slam, and another door slam. But all the time I couldn't pick out what it was, so I shouted, you know. I said, "Alan, is that you?" I said, "I'm going to kill you. Come here, what's that racket for?" And I turned round to get a cigarette. When I turned back, there's this man stood in front of us, dressed very similar to a Quaker as such, with long black coat, one of old cravats, very dark, unshaven, very taunt, you know, face. And he just turned around and said, like, "Don't ignore me," which, as you can imagine, sent a tingle right up my spine. I just went, "Ah." The dog then woke up, all his hair just stood on end, and he just shot for this man who just glided as such, just straight out of the room.
And the next thing I remember was Tom coming back through the door and sitting heavily on the bed, and his head was in his hands, and I asked him what was the matter, and he just turned and said, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you."
The constant visits of the ghostly stranger had a powerful effect on Tom. He found himself engaged in a terrifying battle of wills. Meanwhile, his wife, who had never seen the stranger, thought he was going mad.
And still at this stage, I was under the impression that Tom was having a nervous breakdown. I felt that I'm very sceptical about ghosts and didn't believe, in a sense. I knew he was upset about something, but I didn't know whether it was the ghost he was talking about or whether he was just sort of completely gone, you know, too many of the top spirits. But I did believe something was terribly wrong for him to lose all the weight and feel so badly about things.
Customers used to think I was going crazy because they could hear me shouting at him downstairs, and all they could hear was like a rumble which was how his voice, he had a very deep voice, so it sounded like some type of machine going. But it was me and him having this, you know, argument. I was telling him to get out of the way, and he was saying, get out of my pub, and, you know, it just couldn't hear away.
Things got so bad that these people, who up till then had had no belief at all in anything paranormal, decided to call in a psychic medium to drive the violent spirit away.
And she went round the house and relayed things to us that made us believe she was genuine. And she decided that this spirit needed help, and that he was using Tom as a means to gain access to some help to end his suffering. As it seemed to the medium, he was suffering badly, and she didn't feel able to manage the séance, as I think it was, you call it a séance. She didn't feel able to manage it by herself and felt she needed the help of some more mediums.
Then this medium came back with two more, a young lad and a middle-aged lady. And she decided that combined they could handle what was going on.
And we all sat down, and two medium ladies were sat opposite me, and then a young gentleman who was a medium was sat next to these two ladies.
I was told to sit with my hands, with myself on my hands as such, and to keep me back against the wall. And I asked her, I said, well, why have to do this? She said, because there's a chance that he will, like, come into you. And I at the time, couldn't understand this, but I was just willing to do anything to try and sort it out. They went into this, well, I'm going to say like a trance meditation, whatever, and she, at the same time, was saying, don't you move, do not move, you know, you stay there. And then these two women took on, and visually they changed a little bit, not a lot, but the voices went to children's voices.
And the young man, as I said, I'm very sceptical, but I did see something that night that I have never seen before. And this young gentleman, this young medium, was only in his mid-20s, young, clean-shaven young chap. And he sat 10 feet away from me. And I actually saw his face change before my very eyes. I really did see it. He changed from a 27-year-old young chap to someone late 40s, very dark, haggard, a beard.
He then got up to come for me. When he moved, I like got shoved right back, you know, really powerful, and all the time. And I, unbeknownst to myself, I was rocking backwards and forwards like that. And you feel like something trying to tear your back open as such, as I was rocking, you know. I was like fighting to push myself back, and whoever, whatever, were like fighting to push me forward, if you will.
And then the young chap spoke, and as he spoke, he was more or less saying, "I can't cope with this. I can't handle this." And as he spoke in his own voice, the face just seemed to melt away and change back to the young man that had been sitting there. And from that point, I took notice, because that was the point I believed, because the face that the chap had took on was the same face that Tom had described to me as the spirit that had been bothering him since we came into the George. So from then on, I believed what he said was true.
But what happened then was the whole back wall just disappeared as such, and a cloudy effect appeared, like a swirling, if you will. From these two mediums, you just saw these shadows appear and like just walk off. And they went and out, you know, I mean, I'm gobsmacked.
I couldn't see any light, I couldn't see anything at all. And after a while, Tom looked up towards the ceiling, and the mediums looked into the same direction above the curtain. And apparently this is where the light was to them. I couldn't see anything. And this is where was the light they were asking him to walk towards, and apparently he did walk towards the light. And as I looked sideways onto Tom, he looked a lot more relaxed. He didn't look as tense. He wasn't rocking anymore, but he was crying like a baby. Tears were just rolling down his face.
But Tom and Anne had had enough. They decided to leave the George. Within a year, they'd pass it on to its present landlords, Tony and Debbie.
Now, at the time, I did contact Debbie and Tony, who are the current tenants of the pub, and I simply said, do you mind me covering the story, and have you had any experiences? And Debbie said, no, nothing's happened to us. So I had to respect that. I couldn't push her any further on that. And I assumed that, as Tom had told me, they'd had a séance and, in effect, an exorcism, that the exorcism must have worked. Although I found that a bit surprising, because in my experience exorcisms only work in about 10% of cases. They may calm it down. Often they do more harm than good. They can actually make the occurrences a lot worse. So it was no real surprise when I found out recently that things were still happening here.
Melanie turned out to be right in her analysis. It was only a few months before Tony, the new landlord, had his first encounter with this grey-faced stranger from upstairs. And a key fact is that up till then, he knew nothing about him.
A lot of little things that have gone on, I wasn't too sure whether, you know, they could be explained until one night when I was in bed on my own. My wife was away, and I was sleeping a bit uneasily, and I'd just looked at the clock, digital clock. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was a bit restless, and while I was tossing and turning, I saw a figure in the bedroom.
And he said he thought we had burglars, so he shouted, "Who is it?" He said, and when he looked, there was this fella in black with a funny shaped hat on, collar, dicky bow, long black jacket, long gaunt face, stood at end of bed, and he said, "What do you want?" He said, and the fella just turned round and started walking out. And I said, like, "What did you do? Did you follow him?" He went, "No, I got on the covers."
The following day I explained to my wife what I'd seen, and she said, "Do you know what it is you've seen?" And I said, "Well, I don't know really." I said, "I wanted to explain to you what it looked like." And it was about 2 weeks later, we was out one night on a night out, and we bumped into Tom, previous landlord, and she called him over. And I explained to him what I'd seen. And I couldn't believe it when he said it was the exact same description as this chap he'd seen that had frightened him that night.
But the question that continued to nag away at Tom's mind was who this tortured and violent figure might be. An extraordinary clue came from something that was found in the cellar of the George during some building work. A gold ring. Tom wears it now on a chain around his neck. Inside is inscribed the name of one Robert Clay and a date, 1786. But who was Robert Clay, and what connection did he have with the George? Tom and Anne set out on a quest to find out.
We do have some important evidence in the bereavement ring that Tom found in the cellar. He found it under one of the gravestones. Now, the gravestones were too worn away for us to gain any knowledge of who might have been buried there or when, but the bereavement ring had the name Robert Clay and the date 1786. That was the year that he died. It was a bereavement ring, however. This means that it belonged to someone who had loved Robert Clay, and it was that person that was buried on that site. It wasn't Robert Clay himself. We've tried to check out the Clay family. Now, at that time, there was only one Clay family in Preston. There were other families with similar names. Clayton, for example, was a very big family, lots of family members. But there was only one Clay family. We found out that John Clay used to run the House of Correction, which, coincidence or not, was situated directly opposite the George Hotel. That I found very interesting. Unfortunately, there was no Robert in his family at that time. We've checked the records to try and find out when, if Robert was mentioned in the records at all. We know when he died. We know what age he was when he died. We can't find him in the records.
The story then came out that Robert Clay had actually killed these 2 young children here. And on research we found that 2 young children did go missing, and they were never found. Now, according to what was said in there, was that the 2 young children were actually buried in the lower cellar of this pub, which is now all concreted up.
The historian we spoke to asked us to keep him in touch with the story because he was quite interested in it. So after the séance, we went back and told him what had been said and how it had progressed. And he said to us that he wasn't surprised Robert Clay wasn't found on the census, that apparently in those days if some heinous crime was committed by a member of an eminent family, then that member of the family was written out, not only of the will, etc., but actually written off the records, and therefore it didn't ever exist.
We mustn't forget that there are several other people who've had experiences here, customers and friends of the landlords who have been here, had one experience, won't come back. Most of them didn't even want to talk about it. They wouldn't appear here today. They would rather keep it to themselves. When you're dealing with witnesses like that, you know, they're willing to talk to me in private. They don't want it publicised. Am I supposed to believe that they're not telling the truth? And when you look at Tom, you see the man's face as he's telling you the story. He's an honest bloke.
So Robert Clay's connection with the George seemed clear. 200 years ago, he'd murdered 2 children and buried them in the cellar. Had he prowled around the place ever since to guard his guilty secret?
Robert Clay was actually not protecting, but trying to make sure that nobody ever found out about it. And that is they thought that that might be one of the reasons why he's been the one to try and get shutter people. The previous licensees had troubles, but not to the extent that I did.
I think with a building so old that's been in use as a pub for 300 plus years must hold something other than bricks and mortar. People's lived here, they've died here, they've been born here, and it's a meeting place at the end of the day. And I think perhaps my idea is that, you know, it carries on being a meeting place for people when they've passed over, when they've died. They perhaps want to come back and visit, or it's somewhere where they've always been comfortable. And that's what a pub is. It's a meeting place for maybe not just people to meet, but spirits too.
These gently rolling fields, so typical of the British countryside, are just a few miles from the city of York. But this innocent-looking landscape is soaked in blood. Beneath it lie thousands of human bones. 350 years ago, these fields were the setting for the bloodiest battle ever to be fought on British soil, the Battle of Marston Moor, fought between the soldiers of the King, Charles I, and the men of Cromwell's Republican Army. It was the British equivalent of the Bosnian Civil War. Both armies were cut to ribbons. Whole companies, regiments even, were wiped out. The ground was littered with the dead and the dying. And then on the following day, the scavengers moved in to strip the bodies and tip the corpses into mass graves. Those graves have never been located. Marston Moor remains the final resting place for thousands of unquiet dead.
What happens at Marston Moor is that Prince Rupert sets up a trap whereby the enemy opposite are going to come down from their high, dry hill, cross over a ditch and a bank and attack his army in the mud of the moor on the far side. It doesn't happen that way because the enemy opposite know that they're going to get into trouble if they come off their hill, and the enemy's ready. So they wait until the whole day's gone by and evening has come. Prince Rupert gets tired of waiting, thinks there'll be no battle, knocks off to have his supper. So do his troopers. That's the moment when the parliamentarians decide to attack. They can see campfires going up which indicate the enemy eating their supper, they're off their guard. And they can also see the royalist reinforcements from York marching up in the distance behind. They can't wait for those people to get there. And therefore the parliamentarians attack after a thunderstorm of rain, when everything's soaking wet and the enemy is at their lowest ebb, they plunge in. After that, nothing is left as night falls except to surround the royalist infantry and kill them or accept their surrender.
The civil war that raged across this country for several years witnessed many bloody battles, as Englishmen killed Englishmen. But Marston Moor stands out as a field of slaughter, where the foot soldiers were trapped in the heart of the battle and cut to pieces by the wheeling cavalry. No quarter was given. Famous regiments were cut down to the last man.
The crack regiment from York, the famous Whitecoats, the crack regiment of the Royalist General of the North, Lord Newcastle, fights to the death. It's offered mercy again and again, but it refuses to take it. Its colonel is shot from his horse, and his remaining men close muskets and pikes together inside a hedged enclosure, and that's their cemetery. They fight on and on and on, shot down from all sides until there are but a handful remaining. And those are taken prisoner as they fall wounded upon the field. A moon comes out, lighting up the whole ghastly scene of the plunging horses, the screaming and falling men, the pikes waving in their ranks like poles in a bean field in a high wind, and ever and again the puffs of musket smoke coming up from the hedged and entrenched musketeers as the lead shot whistles and plunges again and again to human bodies. Country people are brought in, they dig deep pits. They count 4,200 bodies slung into one group of pits alone. It's very unusual to sustain that amount of carnage in a battlefield in the Civil War. And you remember this as an old-fashioned war with no antiseptics, no antibiotics, no anesthetics. So for every person killed in the field, you can reckon maybe 2 or 3 dying of wounds later. We'll never know the butcher's bill, maybe 8,000, maybe more, as a result of that day.
Over 5,000 men lie buried in nameless ditches here. The farmers ploughing the fields have turned up all kinds of fragments, weapons and buttons and buckles and so on. But no one has yet discovered the mass graves. This pond is thought to be one of them. But ever since that hot July day in 1644, there have been stories of men in cavalier or roundhead clothing apparently seeking to escape from the carnage.
Well, there are many legends associated with the battle. One of them is the Roundheads marching up Bloody Lane. Whether or not they do, they're supposed to be only seen the top half of them, and you can hear the clank of the armour and the sort of noise of the battle sometimes. Again, there's the Headless Horseman. He rides across the ridge. Different people have seen different things, but basically it's all cavaliers and roundheads.
People will never go along the road the night of the battle. The 4th of July, 1644, the anniversary of that is considered a time when you see ghosts, because so many people have seen Civil War soldiers going up and down that lane, which is a country lane between the 2 villages, Marston and Tockwith. And I do believe it, because so many things have happened in the vicinity of Long Marston. People, even to this day, are still seeing things.
I think you've got to sort of
be a little bit of a sceptic, because locals tend to colour everything rather a lot just to sort of make it sound better. But over the years, you know, they tend to open up and they come out with quite a few varied and colourful tales, and I think out of all of them you can pick out the few that tend to crop up all the time. So, you know, I don't disbelieve in them.
Living alongside an old battlefield is often a very uncomfortable experience, especially as this battle, in English terms, wasn't that long ago. It was a particularly bloody battle. Horrible things happened there. Whole regiments were wiped out on the spot. And some way or other, that landscape is rich with thousands of human bones. Unreclaimed, lost bones, wandering souls. And so it's not surprising that whether or not there's objective truth in paranormal phenomena, people in that area will see and hear things at night. The moor is a tainted place. It has a ghastly reputation. It's a graveyard. It's a graveyard of unquiet dead, those who died screaming, those who never wanted to die in that place. And above all, those who died 300 more years ago without Christian burial, no prayer said over them to help them, which is a great comfort to people in that age. Not only did they die in horrible agony, many of them, but they died with the spiritual agony of knowing that nobody was going to whisper a few things to help God take them. Their chances of getting to heaven were dramatically reduced.
Similar sightings continue to the present day, often seen by people who have absolutely no knowledge of the battle or its location. One man, for example, an Italian, has very little knowledge of English history. But one night, he was returning home on his motorbike when he narrowly missed two figures limping along the edge of the road, known as Bloody Lane. His name is Piero Prizzi.
One night when I finished to work, I was coming back to York and with the motor bicycle. When I arrive on the bend of this road, just about 50 yards from here, is two people. He was standing in the middle of the road. And at the time I thought it was two people dressed like a party dress. And at the time I thought it was too drunk, you know, it's just finished the party and just was going home. To try to avoid them, I scrape all on the footpath, and I just managed to stand up and nearly crash. And I stopped in there. And when I turned, it was nobody standing. But I think it was the shock or of the thing. It's imprinted to me. You know, the two people in my brain. It was a light like a floodlight from a theater, and it was the two people. The light it was inward, but a very very brilliant light. It was the color. I was able to distinguish the color of everything. One person, he was running to another person, more or less. One he was standing, the other one he was running, and he was with the 17th century boots. The trousers was 17th century. It was blue, very very dark blue trousers, with his white shirt all hanging out. And after, the other one, he was standing and looking towards, it was just a house in front of him, but he was looking like that, very, very intense, like if he was seeing something. He was looking towards Maston.
For people to see and hear the events that took place on a battlefield many years earlier is by no means an uncommon claim. There are stories of such happenings from all over the world and from all ages. In America, for example, are the sites of many of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. The Battle of Cedar Creek in Virginia is one such place where Sheridan's army inflicted a major defeat on the Confederate forces when all seemed lost, strangely similar indeed to Marston Moor. Many visitors claim to have heard the sounds of the battle, bugles, the shouts and screams of men, the firing of muskets and cannon, coming from nowhere around them as they stood in the sunlight where the soldiers fought. Indeed, hearing the sounds is a remarkably common report. There are extraordinary stories from famous modern battlefields. Dieppe, for example, and Corregidor. And some people claim that the sounds of the muskets, even the high emotions of the battle, still hang over these farmers' fields from 350 years ago.
Well, I don't walk on the moor anymore. I really can't bear the oppressive feeling. It's a very tense feeling. I feel as if I can't get off of the moor. I can't get back up to the road. It's a very heavy feeling. It's a feeling of great disaster, which obviously it was, but it's very oppressive, and I certainly cannot go any further down the moor than the original musketeer-lined ditch line. I can't go past that. It's frightening.
Many people in the Marston area claim to have seen the soldiers from the 17th century, rarely in groups, sometimes a horseman, most frequently just one or two men together, one perhaps supporting the other. They see them not as wraith-like figures, but as solid bodies, moving along the lanes beside the old battlefield.
I'd been at my brother's house at Long Marston, which is just up that way. I was cycling back, it'd be about midnight. I got somewhere near the monument and something caught my eye that was sort of over here on the ridge. And I didn't look at first. I carried on cycling for a bit and then I stopped because it was in my head, you know, I'd seen something that it seemed odd. So I looked up to the ridge and somewhere round about there I saw somebody riding a horse or walking a horse, you know, they were sat on the horse. And I looked and I thought, God, what's that, you know what I mean, what's somebody doing out this time of night on a horse? And then I sort of realised it wasn't somebody sat on a horse riding, you know, it was something else. I don't know, I didn't know what I thought at the time. I was like mouth open, you know, staring at it. So it was a moonlit night and it was clear. So I could see it, but it wasn't like, you know, if you saw a person on a horse, it would be very distinct in moonlight, casting shadows. Well, it didn't look like that. It was sort of dull, faded. I looked at him for about a minute and a half, and I just decided that was it. I'd seen enough. Jumped on my push bike and cycled home as quick as I could. I kept it pretty much to myself. I told my mum. She was quite interested in it, but I didn't tell anybody else. I didn't think there was. It was one of them things, you know, that if you go in the pub and say, "Oh, I saw a ghost last night," the whole pub's rolling around laughing. So I didn't say anything, but it sticks in my head as clear as it was yesterday, you know, as if I'd seen it last night.
I was walking along one evening, watching the sun setting over there, and noticed some people walking along the top ridge of the field towards Cromwell's Clump. And then all of a sudden saw a horse and rider come galloping over the ridge and diagonally down the field. It was a dark horse. The rider on it was dressed in a sort of terracotta plant pot coloured outfit. Any more description than that I really didn't see. But it was moving at some rate, and it would have it seemed to me that it was going to collide with the people walking up to the ridge. Anyhow, the horse galloped diagonally across the field to where there was a hedge, and I wondered where the horse was going to go. But as it reached the hedge, it actually just dispersed. It was just like a ball of dust dispersing, and it was just an amazing. There was an amazing feeling I knew that there was something wrong, and went back to the monument and waited for the two people who were walking across the top to come back to the monument and asked them if they'd seen this horse, because it had gone straight past them, and they said no, there'd been no horse, no rider, had seen nothing. And it was then that I realised that I'd seen something that had no explanation.
Well, I have a friend who works in Wetherby, and I see her quite regularly. We happened to be talking one day about this, about Marston Moor, and she sort of questioned me. And I said, well, why the interest? She says, well, we were driving back late one night across the moor, and she says, I saw somebody crouching in a ditch. And she said, I thought he had fancy dress on. And I pointed him out to my husband, who couldn't see it. And I said, well, he's there. And she said, he's not there. I said, he is, look. She says, by that time we were past. And she said, I never thought any more of it. I just thought it was my imagination. She says, and until we started talking about this. And I said, well, it was possibly an apparition, because at the end of the battle, or towards the end of the battle, a lot of the soldiers, both Cavaliers and Roundheads, hid in ditches and bushes and all around, trying to sort of escape the sort of troops afterwards. So I said, it's a possibility it could be an apparition from there, hiding in the hedge bottom. He might have been killed there.
October 73, middle evening time. I was sitting in the house, just the dog and myself. And the dog started growling and sort of whimpering, which was a bit unusual for him, because if there's anybody around or cars pulling up, he used to bark very noisily. So I came to the back door, which was, before this was rebuilt, just over there, and I looked across and there was somebody leaning on the gate. So as I walked round the drive and started approaching this gate, this one's been replaced, but it was in the same sort of position, somebody leaning on it like this, and it just disappeared in front of me, and I felt very uneasy. All the hairs on the back of my neck sort of stood up. So I got back into the house and got a torch and had a good look around, up and down the road and in the side field. Couldn't see anybody around. And the strange thing was that the dog, who would usually be sort of out and run off, or if there's anybody visited, he'd be straight to them and jumping up and barking. He'd disappeared back into the house and was behind a chair, sort of whimpering, and his hackles were up.
So what is happening in these extraordinary sightings? Soldiers seen limping from a battlefield 350 years after they've died. Can they all be dismissed as hallucinations, seen as they are by different people at quite different times? And hallucinations in any case is simply a vague and slippery word used to describe something we can't explain. Do we have here yet another example where, as some people believe, moments of powerful emotion and the anguish of violent death are trapped in the rocks and stones, to be replayed at some later time for those who are keen enough to hear?
To make sense of it, we have to step outside the materialist, reductionist idea of what a human being is. A very complicated electrochemical, physical mechanism with the mind and the personality seated in the brain's operations, and that when the brain dies and is destroyed, then that is the end of it. If those cases of apparitions, of information given that was not in any person, any living person's mind, are authentic, then it would appear that there is a part of a human being that can operate independent of time and space. I'm sure of that, and may even be able to operate independent of mortality.
The question of survival of mind after death is one of the oldest problems that we have. I think if you're going to inquire into that, a very good model to look at is the near-death experiences. And we've looked at a large number of near-death experiences. I've had over 2,000 experiences given to our unit. And if you look at these, there is a common feature. And the common features are as follows. When the brain is so disrupted that it can't support consciousness, consciousness can occur. So that is a really difficult problem for science. The second question is that these people report subjectively a continuation of consciousness in such a way and with such similarity between all the accounts as to lead one to believe that that might in fact be exactly what's happening. So the hypothesis that there is a potentiation of consciousness after brain death, I think is on the scientific table. And I think we just have to accept that.
Yeah, psychologists generally and neurosurgeons are very intrigued with the idea of whether the mind is in the brain. Is the mind just the workings of the brain, or is the mind working through the brain? That is the mind non-physical and normally works through the brain, rather like a driver works through a car? And you can't find you can't find the mind in the brain any more than you can find the driver in the engine of the car. At the moment, in terms of the kind of evidence that we have, it's impossible to decide one way or the other. Now, if you like to take the view, as some people do, that the mind is separate from the brain and usually operates through the brain, then you could say that when the brain dies, the mind survives, and it is that is actually operating here.
An important point that is often overlooked where the paranormal is concerned is that it doesn't take a whole battalion, so to speak, of paranormal happenings to challenge and put in question the received wisdom. If just one of these happenings is established or authenticated, it challenges our view of what survives a human being after his worldly death.
If we accept that even a small fraction of these cases that have been investigated and accepted as authentic by societies such as the Society for Psychic Research are actually true, that these things actually happened, then they must tell us something about human nature, about human personality. When you do investigations, you find that a lot of people have those experiences. And as I say, even if only a percentage of them are telling the truth, then they mean something.
Professor Archie Roy is by no means alone in believing that we've gone well beyond the time of asking if these events are happening. Science, he argues, must now move on to grapple with the implications of their occurrence.
You've got to start saying, supposing this is true, what does it mean? And I think that we have come to the stage, quite a few years ago, with respect to psychic phenomena. We have to say, supposing the findings in the various branches of psychical research are true, what does it mean for human personality? And I think we have to take that leap. We have to try desperately to give reliable theories of process. They are the only things that will give us fresh observations to make, and the only things that will persuade people to take the subject seriously.
I'd always laughed at people who saw ghosts as being insane. I'd made jokes about our friends who claimed that they had psychic powers. And this was the thing which suddenly shocked me into completely reordering my own mental universe.
It's still the most real psychical experience I've ever had.
Is it possible to travel in time? To step through the curtain of our daily life and find ourselves in a totally different time and place? Different scenes, different people, different landscape. It is, of course, the very stuff of science fiction. But could it ever happen in real life? It's a question that has fueled scientific controversy for decades, and indeed it still does. But there are people who would claim to know the answer. It is possible. It has happened to them. One of them is no less a person than the famous psychiatrist and philosopher Carl Jung. In the 1930s, he was traveling through Italy and went to visit the tomb of a Roman empress in Ravenna. In his account of the episode, he describes how he became aware of a strange atmosphere in the place, and an unexplained mild blue light everywhere. But what caught his attention was the remarkable beauty of a series of mosaics depicting maritime scenes. He stood in front of them and discussed them with his companion for 20 or 30 minutes. On leaving the mausoleum, they tried to buy postcards of them, but surprisingly, there were none. Later on, he asked a friend visiting Ravenna to obtain pictures for him. It was then that he learned the truth. The mosaics simply did not exist. These are the mosaics that were in the mausoleum at the time of Jung's visit, nothing like the ones he described. The mosaics that Jung and his companion looked at and discussed, infused with that strange pale blue light, had existed once, but then been destroyed by fire several hundred years earlier. Jung came to believe that he had indeed travelled in time and witnessed the building as it was in the time of the Empress herself, fully 1400 years earlier. Mary Rose Barrington is a paranormal investigator who has become deeply involved in these ripples in time, where people seem to walk out of one world into another time and place. She has studied the Jung case in detail and believes there are extraordinary similarities with another case that occurred in this country. It involves the Bartons. They were a couple who ran a famous and much talked about bookshop in the 50s, and who often spent their leisure time walking in the Surrey Hills. On one of these walks, they believe they travelled back in time to another landscape.
Before we left the flat in the morning, I had been extremely depressed and didn't want to go for the walk. And unknown to me, he'd felt the same, but we neither mentioned it. We thought it would just spoil the day.
By some strange compulsion, they still don't understand, they travelled on beyond the spot they had intended and eventually stopped in the village of Wootton Hatch. Once there, they decided to visit the tomb of John Evelyn, the famous 17th century diarist.
We were rather surprised to find the gate of the tomb open, which we'd never found before. And so we looked round that, spent a lot of time investigating the memorials and the inscriptions and all the other bits that make up a very beautiful tomb. And then we left the church, walked down to the gate, and as we came out of the gate, almost immediately, we turned onto a path that was totally overgrown with vegetation. And then we began to climb this path. It was a very narrow path. We had to go single file to go up it. And we climbed up, 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 up. And then we came out at a point, at a clearing with a straight path and a clearing behind it and wooded trees behind that. And then on the path, along the path, was a seat, a backless seat. And Eric said, why don't we sit on this seat? We spent so much time in the church. Let's sit on this seat and have our lunch now. It was now about 10 to 12 o'clock. I could only say that the depression was by now very, very overwhelming. I just couldn't eat the sandwiches. And the only comfort came from the sound of a woodman and a dog howling, what it sounded like down in the valley. And as I was crumbling the bread and throwing it to the bird, there was suddenly a total silence. Not one bird was singing. I could still hear the woodchopper and the dog, but that was all. Everything went absolutely still.
Then Elaine, my wife, turned to me and said, "Is it cold?" Cold. It was a very hot day. No, certainly not. And she said, "Feel my arm." And it was icy cold.
And I saw, standing in the clearing behind, 3 men. And I went to turn round to look at them, and I realised I'd seen them through the back of the head. I'd say they were wearing a sort of cape, a black. They were all three of them entirely in black. The centre one was most definitely a clergyman, because he had a clerical collar on. And he had a smaller rimmed hat. The outer two men had a larger black rimmed hat. And I would have said that they were, as I say, late 18th, early 19th century. Looking back on it at the time, of course, you don't think like that. You just see the figures and, or whatever and accept them. You don't say to yourself, oh, I'm seeing three figures from the 18th or 19th century. You just don't. I have no idea why one would have a visitation of figures from any period at a time like that and in a place like that, because it was out of place, apart from out of time.
Very disturbed by this forbidding apparition, they hurried on for a while along the lonely path and then lay down and fell asleep on the edge of a field. They have only a faint recollection of how they eventually made their way back to Dorking Station to get back to London. Eric was so disturbed by the experience that on the following Sunday, he decided to return to Wootton and retrace the path of their walk to unravel exactly what had happened. But it seemed that the landscape they'd walked through no longer existed.
Reaching the church, Evelyn's church, doors were opening and people were coming out.
So he stopped a man who was coming out of the church and said to him, "Are you familiar with this area?" He said, "Yes, indeed, I am." And Eric said, "Well, can you tell me where?" And he described the landscape that we had been in. And this man said, "No, there's nothing like that round here." And Eric said, "Well, all right then, forget the landscape. Where is there a backless seat on the edge of a path?"
When I asked about the benches, there'd been no benches as far... he knew there was no bench in the whole of this area at all. No bench.
So what had happened to the landscape they'd walked through? The path and the park bench and the valley. Mary Rose Barrington was convinced that the key to this experience lay in the connection with John Evelyn's tomb.
Well, John Evelyn is the gentleman lying in that tomb, and he is famous for having written a diary in the 17th century commenting on political and social situation. And among his diary entries is a reference to three gentlemen, one of whom was a priest, and they were all to be executed for treason against the king, and he was very upset about this. And he happens to mention it in a diary entry in the same time as he's talking about having been to the church in Wootton.
The diary entry was for the 15th of March, 1696. And Evelyn wrote of his concern, and I quote, "for 3 unhappy wretches, whereof one is a priest, executed this week for intending to assassinate the king."
So I wondered whether Irena might not have in fact been seeing some landscape initiated through the eyes of Evelyn, in much the same way as the famous psychiatrist C.G. Jung appears once to have got into the mind of a Roman empress when he saw some mosaics.
But nothing in the paranormal is simple and straightforward. Both Irena and Mary Rose Barrington have come up with a second theory. It still involves time travel, but to a different time and place. It seems that on the 19th of July, 1873, Bishop Wilberforce was riding through this very countryside, on his way to Wootton House, indeed, to make up a quarrel with the Evelyn of the time. He was slightly ahead of his two companions when, on this spot, he was thrown from his horse and died. And strangely enough, it has many resemblances to the shape of the landscape through which the Bartons remember walking. So what did Irena witness? Was it the men about to hang that worried Evelyn so much on that March day in 1696? Or was it the sudden dramatic death of the clergyman Wilberforce in 1873? But there is a vital clue, a railway track. The Bartons distinctly remember crossing a single-track railway. In 1954, at the time of their experience, this was a double-track railway as now. Of course, at the time of Evelyn's diary, there was no railway at all. But in 1873, the time of Wilberforce's death, it would have been a single-track railway. But as we've said, nothing in the paranormal is simple. By visiting Evelyn's tomb, could the Bartons have linked the two events in some extraordinary way?
What these two things have in common is the priest. Therefore, I think they switched from the priest in the Evelyn story to the priest Wilberforce, raking through the centuries so that there was a fusion of landscapes.
So, in their walk through the woods on that still midsummer's day, did the Bartons skate through time, experiencing both Evelyn's concern for the three men and Bishop Wilberforce's sudden death, before returning, in a way they still can't explain, back to the present time. Travel back in time nearly 900 years to 1103. That was when the monks of Cluny founded the priory here at Thetford in Norfolk. For hundreds of years, this priory was a place of refuge and pilgrimage. During the Middle Ages, people flocked here because of its reputation for healing and miracle cures. Just 9 years ago, 4 young students, who came here quite by chance, believed they witnessed the priory as it was, hundreds of years ago.
The whole thing was emotional. It was more threatening, the entire place, than the figure. As you said before, the apparition was not that important. It was the emotion. The entire place was scary. The entire place over in that part of the priory anyway. That was the scary thing. I just had to leave the area. And even that night, I was scared. And then for a few nights afterwards, I had trouble sleep.
Those 4 students have returned to Thetford to describe their extraordinary time travel experience, an event which has had a profound effect upon all of them. 3 of them now pursue scientific careers concerned with the understanding of consciousness and the workings of the mind. Their experience happened late one summer's evening as the 4 were passing through Thetford on their way home.
So we pulled into the car park and wandered through, and it was a very pleasant, mild August night. As we walked through, we joked, made silly comments, but we also were fairly serious, keeping an eye open for the history of the place and wondering why we'd never come across it. Something else struck us, which was there was no one here. We would have expected, it's in the middle of a built-up area, in the middle of a town, we'd have expected children, people walking their dogs, people sitting, drinking out of bottles. No one. Very lonely place. Eventually we wandered, splitting up on the way, and gathered again at about this point. And while we were standing here, we were looking at the facade of the building in front of us, and through the small window, or 3 small windows, just up here, one of us drew attention to someone watching us. And then a few moments later, the person we saw pass across and come down through a staircase. Now, I wish to stress this, I know it's hard to believe, there was a staircase leading up through that archway to a doorway which you can't see but which is in the ruin behind. And so we saw someone coming down the stairs, and somebody remarked, it's someone wearing a black sheet, it's a joker trying to scare us, they're trying to pretend they're a ghost. And one of us began to walk forwards on the left, and in fact slowly increased his speed as he got closer and closer, and the figure began to retreat back up the stairs, at which point I shouted, "Let's get him," and began to run like this towards the room. I came running in. As I ran in, I tried to run up the staircase. I had the impression that I actually went a couple of stairs up the staircase towards a door above us. The figure had by that time retreated back across. Darren came in on my left, and as he came in, he also ran up the stairs. I fell forward, pitched, struck my head probably about here on the flint wall. Darren also struck himself, though he ran through almost to the back wall. We both ended up on the ground, and I was bleeding. It took us a few seconds to get back up and to look at one another and to realise that there was no staircase. That not only was the figure not real, but neither was the actual staircase which we had physically attempted to run up. At that moment, everything just went cold for me. I got up, Darren was already out, running back towards the car. I staggered back out, joined up with Axel, and we ran. We just ran in sheer fear. And I was questioning my sanity and everybody else's around me at that point. I really didn't understand at all what was going on.
None of them had had any previous paranormal experiences, but being scientifically inclined, they all agreed to go off and write down exactly what they'd seen independently of one another. Much of what follows is taken from those accounts.
Right, this is my account of the vision. It appeared to be a man about 5.5 foot tall, judging from how high he appeared to be relative to the archway. And he was wearing a black monk's habit in the sort of Dominican style, with the cowl pulled up and his hands clasped within his sleeves in this kind of a position, which meant that none of his skin or anything was visible in the light at all. It just was black with possibly darker face. You know, that's what I saw.
We advanced towards the steps that we could see that the figure was standing on. I felt nervous, but I was so curious that I had to continue. We walked towards the steps, and as we approached the archway, I was still convinced the steps were there. The figure had gone, disappeared, presumably up the stairs. I tried to walk up the stairs, but they weren't there. I just fell over. That's when I got up and ran.
It's odd, actually, because my drawing doesn't look much like a cowled monk. What I drew, and I wrote at the time, was it looks like a person wearing a black sheet or a woman in 18th century dress. And the reason I had the impression of the 18th century dress was it seemed to be flowing towards the bottom. I do agree that the arms were folded across. And also I noticed there were some dark points, almost glittering like coal, black coal broken, in the central area here, which I recorded on my drawing, which you can see in my statement.
The doorway seemed to be much darker than it should be. And then there was a cloud, smoke or something, which sort of grew and became bright. I didn't actually see a figure. I just saw a column of smoke glowing and slowly becoming bigger. And basically that's when I panicked and fled.
From these accounts, it's clear that all four witnessed a strange and inexplicable event, and it triggered off in all four a profound interest in the science of the paranormal, in an effort to come to terms with their experience.
The environment has triggered something in us, and we all see it in our own minds. I mean, I don't think that invalidates it just because...
No, just because there's an individual perception of it.
Just because I saw a column of smoke, you saw an individual, you saw someone in a habit. That's all maybe the emotions that have been taken at that time.
Well, I suppose that when you think about it, there are various explanations you could offer beyond the ones we've talked about. The idea it's a recording of the dead abbot or prior, wasn't it? It's a recording of him reenacting, or possibly because we had the feeling of the priory being more real as we left it, as if it was coming into existence around us, or somehow very close.
Certainly.
Time slip? I don't know.
But the physical thing to me was the staircase. I mean, I can't think of any reasonable explanation for that. It's not a ghost, it's an inanimate object.
But if you have a ghost of a man on a horse, you have to have the horse. And if you have a ghost of a horse and carriage, you have to have the carriage. The carriage doesn't have to have a soul or a spirit, but it still appears. And therefore, the ghost on the stairs wouldn't have made sense unless we'd seen the stairs. So that the stairs might have even been added by our own minds to explain how the figure was coming down.
Possibly,
we actually sort of did the window dressing for the experience we were having. Axel, what did you think about the place becoming more real as we left?
I wouldn't have said it would be caused just by the fear, because it was a lot more... Because it's not an imposing place.
Well, no,
it's not something I'd find imposing.
But it seemed it at the time.
Yeah, and I think that was possibly due to the kind of... The time slip theory does account for that a lot more effectively. Just the fact that we were being...
As if we were partially slipping back.
That's right, yeah.
We were closer then.
Yeah, as if we were much closer to the time period when it happened, when it was a functioning abbey. Or priory, rather.
There's the Wootton time slip. There are various famous cases. But in many of those, people experienced a dreamlike state, an altered state of consciousness, and often felt depressed. The two ladies who had the experience...
This event has had a powerful effect on the shape of Chris's life. He is now involved in research into the nature of consciousness. He's also spent some time digging into the history of Thetford, and he's come up with a murder story.
What actually happened was in the late 14th century, a prior who was actually, that is the prior's quarters, the building where we saw it, and there was actually historically a staircase going up at that location. And the prior was murdered by one of his monks who was from France, who he had refused permission to return to his home territory, so to speak. And the monk repeatedly stabbed the prior in the stomach and chest. And after the death of the prior, within the prior's quarters, the monk was taken to Norwich Castle, where he was branded, his eyes were put out, and he was incarcerated for the rest of his life in a dungeon under Norwich Castle. This is a matter of historical record. We actually found this out after you'd left.
Oh, right. In the
when we
library.
actually went to the library and conducted research, but we didn't know that at the time, and that information was only available, as far as we've been able to find out, in a late 19th century book on the history of Thetford, which has a small reference to it. So it's not a popularly known fact. So there's no way we could have heard that information, forgotten about it, and then later on we could have reinterpreted it because we suddenly realised we were in the right location for the story.
Is it possible to travel in time? That was the question we started with. No one would claim that these events provide a complete answer to that question. But they do suggest that time is by no means as simple as the relentless onward ticking of the clock would have us believe. There are, it seems, ripples and discontinuities in time, parallel existences running alongside our own. It would seem possible for any one of us to turn a corner or pass through a door and suddenly find ourselves in a strange and alien world.
If you know anything about the other side, you have to imagine there's like a glass wall that when they bump into you, it's just as scary for them to see somebody living as it is for us to see somebody from the other side or catch a glimpse of them.
Cockington is a small village that lies between the southern slopes of Dartmoor and the sea in southern England. It's surrounded by lush green pastures, and it has an almost picture postcard beauty, with its neat rows of whitewashed cottages with their clipped thatched roofs and its narrow winding streets. At its centre lies the village green and an ancient coaching inn. The Drum Inn has a long history, but in more recent times it had a reputation as a haunt for bikers. In the 60s and 70s, motorcyclists gathered here from all over southern England.
Going back about 15 years ago, the Drum Inn was well known in the area as being a biker's pub. It was a gradual thing that had occurred over a period of time, but in about the mid-70s, you couldn't come anywhere near Cockington without seeing swarms of motorcycles. The problem then was a commercial thing, was that it was putting off other types of visitors to the area, and to the pub in particular. Families would drive up to the pub and see hordes of motorcycles parked outside.
What is less well known, indeed it's known only to a small group of people, is that the inn also has a ghost. A ghost, or an apparition it seems, of a motorcyclist, dressed in full leather gear. He has been experienced at various times over the past 5 or 6 years, in particular by the 3 or 4 people who live and work here.
It's late one night. Normally I can run up and down to the cellar, absolutely no problem whatsoever. But we just closed, so it's doing all my usual cellar work. that I had to do. And as I went down into the cellar, I carried on down. As I hit the actual cellar floor, I came over with an immense sense of chill and cold, and I could hardly move. It was quite frightening at the time, looking back on it. I mean, it doesn't affect me now, but it just happened this once where, you know, this presence made itself known.
Quite often when I'm working alone in the cellar, I catch things out of the corner of my eye, look round expecting people to be standing behind me, and hearing things that I really can't explain.
In the first year of us living here, I noticed there was always somebody behind me, or a movement at the corner of my eye. I could never quite understand what it was. And one winter's evening, I was working in the kitchen, and somebody came in through the door. And my dog, who is a guard dog, would usually bark very loudly, or if it was a member of staff, would wag her tail and be very excited. And this evening, she just didn't move, she didn't stir, and this person walked down in a leather biker gear, with a helmet and everything like that, and I couldn't work out who he was, and he was taking his gloves off, and he turned to walk down where you hang your coats up. At this time of year, all the back doors are locked, because obviously for security, and as I walked to meet him, he totally vanished and disappeared, and I just couldn't understand, you know, what it was. But I saw it so clearly, and even to this day, I know exactly what I saw and how I saw it.
Until a couple of years ago, that was about as far as it went. Then a pop group from Plymouth was invited to play at the inn. The lead singer was a young woman called Chrissy. She had a slightly unusual background. She'd been brought up as a gypsy, and she would describe herself as a sensitive. At one point in the evening, the entire group was invited down into the cellar.
We were sort of, I think, just sitting around being sociable, and something was said to the landlady about the history behind the pub, and I think that initiated something on the lines of a mysterious happening, or something had been felt, a presence of some sort. I think she sort of was quite interested to see whether it could actually pick anything up. So I think in the heat of the excitement, everybody trundled down to the cellar to sort of see if they could feel or see something. I don't know what their expectations were, whether they were expected to see this floating sheet above them and go, ooh, but they sort of seemed, it very quickly calmed down, and the minute they got down there, they realised that something wasn't going to materialise, or it wasn't quite as clear cut as people imagine. And at that point I said, would you mind leaving me on my own? So they did.
Within a few minutes of the others leaving, Chrissy began an encounter with a spirit, or an entity, call it what you will, that if you accept it at face value, takes us into a different world. It seems to give a most extraordinary view of what is often called the other side.
Right in the corner of that cellar is it looks like a huge cupboard, and the minute the sort of air cleared, he just walked out and said hello, and we just immediately got into conversation with each other. I didn't ask him the sort of questions that people would automatically think of asking, like, how did you die, how long have you been dead? It's actually like talking to somebody else who's living, but acknowledging the fact that there are some personal questions that you don't ask. He was about 5'9" or 10, medium build, quite long in the legs, and completely dressed in leather with large boots, and he held his helmet the whole time, his crash helmet under his arm. It never moved from his body. It was almost like it was attached to him. Obviously everything was black. I don't really remember much about his facial features because I couldn't really see him that well in the light. He spoke with a sort of local accent, but again it's hard to actually remember. exactly what his dialect was.
Chrissie claims that she had what amounts to a conversation with the young motorcyclist, in which he described his continuing life or existence or being. Difficult to know what word to use. Almost as if there had been no interruption, no discontinuity. She claims, for example, that he described how he still spends hours polishing and cleaning his bike, even chatting to his mates.
It was his private place. He liked to be there. He spent time with his friends. It was good, happy times, peaceful times, cleaning his bike, sitting, talking, just having time out, I think, from the everyday burdens that all of us face, you know, during the day, whether it's work or other commitments. And that he wanted to make sure that I knew that it was his private domain. He didn't want that interrupted at all, and that he was quite shy and very apologetic at the hint of upsetting anybody or causing any anxiety. I think what was so noticeable about him was that as a biker he was really quite shy and reserved. So it seems obvious to me that it was a great effort for him to come out and speak to me. I think he must have heard everybody trundle down to the cellar.
In her quite extraordinary account, Chrissie creates a picture that has echoes of ancient civilizations in Egypt and China and elsewhere, where people were buried with their possessions and their musical instruments and so on, to continue their life on the other side. She claims, for example, to have talked with the ghostly biker even about the music he still listened to.
The music that he referred to was very much the sort of music of the 70s, the Born to Be Wild stuff, and you know, anything that was to do with the masculinity of riding a bike. Because he was a shy type, he didn't seem to be that keen on the real aggressive rock that's out. I think he just enjoyed the sort of 70s stuff, really. I think sort of bikers, their own language is through their clothes, obviously the machine they ride, and the language of music, so that's quite significant. I felt that the time that he gave me was very precious anyway, and I didn't feel it was right to keep him.
The extraordinary encounter in the basement of the village inn between the singer and the biker's ghost contained such extraordinary detail that we decided to call in an internationally known psychic medium to see if he could make contact, and if so, would the accounts match up. We gave him no information other than the fact that there had been a number of sightings. When he arrived at the inn, Peter, the medium, spent some time exploring the house. Then he sat down in a particular corner, as it happened, where several strange experiences had taken place. And almost immediately, he began to hold what can only be described as a conversation with something or someone unseen. But the similarities to Chris's description were quite remarkable.
I've got a young man. He's in his early 20s, perhaps heading up towards 25, 23, 25, something like that. He feels as though he's slim, quite slim, and a bit taller than me, so that makes him, what, 6'1", something like that. He's got a motorbike helmet on, which he's taken off, and his hair comes down to about here on his neck. It's darker hair, much darker than mine, towards the black. He had an accident about 3 or 4 miles away from here. But the reason that he's in here is because this was the local place that he used to come to. This is where his friends were. He feels at home here. And he's made me sit in his seat because this is where he prefers to be. The message that I'm getting is that he, in fact, just before he died, there seems to have been some emotional upset with some young lady, which caused him a great deal of grief and anxiety, and led to him, not directly but indirectly, led to him actually having the accident which killed him. It was an accident that killed him, it wasn't a deliberate thing. There's a great deal of sorrow building up around him. I feel a great deal of sadness inside him, and the feeling is that he's been wandering around here for a long, long time, trying to go over, but he's just wanting to say he's sorry. Now he's talking about people because he's frightened quite a few people by his sudden appearances, and what he's saying is that every so often the emotion, the feeling, the emotion around him gets so strong that he just materializes to other people. He's not materializing to me in that sense at the moment, but other people will no doubt have seen him in a solid form. And this is when he's either attracted to somebody because of the sympathy that they would send out to him, or else the pain that he's suffering at that precise point is too much. Now, he doesn't do this very often. He's talking about 6 appearances that he's made to various people over the last 4 or 5 years especially over the last 4 or 5 years. So he's gradually been building up to a stage where he's asking to be released and to get away from it all.
Peter felt compelled to take some action, to respond to the appeal he claimed to have received. We followed him down to the cellar, to a spot close in fact to where Chrissie claimed to have had her encounter. And he began to go through what he described as a release process.
I would ask for those of us who are with me just to be still for a moment and think of him as a person who's been lost for many years in between these worlds and who's now taking a big step in his life because he's going to be free for the first time for a long time. And so what we do is we create an energy into which he can move. Come on, sunshine, where are you? Okay, it's all right. Come on, towards me. You're okay. Okay, come on, you're all right. Don't bother about it. You can do it. Just walk into the light. Okay. He's moving forward now towards me. He's actually standing just in front of me now. Okay, it's all right. Just bring yourself forward. That's it. Okay, just step into the light. That's it. Okay, good. Okay, we ask a divine and loving Father, that this your servant be received into the light. Amen. Okay. Thank you.
Peter took with him down to the cellar a number of people whom he said were needed to absorb some of the emotional energy of the parting. When we spoke to them immediately afterwards, they clearly had experienced a powerful emotional connection.
Just before Peter was releasing him, I felt I wanted to shout to him, to call him, to make sure that this is the right thing that we were doing, that this is really what he wanted. You know, I had to really hold myself back from calling his name, not that I really know it, but I just felt I needed to shout, to yell at him, to say, is this right? Is this what you want? Then, once Peter said, you know, that was it, he had gone, and it all happened so very quickly, which surprised me. I thought it was something that would take a while. I felt I wanted him to say, to show us something, that he was fine and that he was safe. I still feel a little bit like that. I felt calmer. While it was all going on, I felt very tingly. My arms were aching. I felt very strange. I can't explain. A bit like having a very mild electrical sensation up my arms. That's still there slightly, but it's gone. But I feel it's like a sad. It's not sad. I can't explain. I just feel very strange.
One has to ask, how much of this is pure theatre, pure hokum? Most scientists would say just about all of it. But is that the whole picture? There is nothing here of the things that science is best at, nothing to measure or to weigh, nothing to run controlled tests on. We're into a different world, a world that has a high emotional or spiritual dimension, certainly a world where science has never been very comfortable. And the same is undoubtedly true of Peter's explanation of what was going on.
Basically, he's some sort of energy form. He hasn't got a body, the same as you and I, but he's got an energy form. Now, his energy form rightly shouldn't be on the Earth. And people ask me this question, and I say, well, you've seen relatives die. And you can go and look at a body a few hours after death, and you'll say, there's nothing there. Whatever it is, that spark has gone. And the normal course of events, people will move from one vibration, from one place to another. I mean, religiously it might be called heaven. But if you think of it in terms of energy, rather than religion, in scientific method, they've moved one vibration to another and they're away. Now, and if a person goes from this world unprepared and not prepared to go, then they can, through no fault of their own really, find themselves in some sort of in-between world of existence. The nearest that I could describe it is like walking through a foggy room, and that you are not where you feel you rightly belong, either here on the earth because you can't communicate with anybody, except occasionally, in this case, this young man manifested to people on odd occasions, so he did have some form of communication with certain people. But neither was he with those who've also passed over previously. So he's in between the two. I mean, the nearest is being stuck in an escalator between two floors.
That kind of explanation is not unique. It's one that's been expressed by psychic mediums for over 100 years, longer. And the fundamental problem, of course, is that we are out at the very edge of the credible, well beyond the bounds of conventional scientific analysis. That's very frustrating, of course, particularly if you are of a scientific bent and like nice, neat equations. But we have to ask, does that make it any less real?
Anthropologists were very much struck by the fact that the basic spiritual beliefs of people who could not have had any cultural contacts, you know, people living in Patagonia and people living in the North Pole, did appear to have identical spiritual beliefs. And these spiritual beliefs always involved the notion that it is possible for spirits not to know that they're dead and to get trapped into a kind of limbo from which they need to be released, if possible, by the actions of the living. So this seems to be a general belief among all people all over the world, and I would take it that is true.
My own philosophy is rather dualistic. I think there are one set of laws for the mind and another set for matter, and that what science knows to a very advanced degree are the laws that govern the behavior of matter, and perhaps the laws that govern the behavior even of the brain. But over and above all that, I believe mind is a power in the universe, and that mind can achieve things that are simply not allowed for in the accepted scientific scheme, which is basically a physicalistic picture of reality.
If you're a physicist, you tend to think of the real world as the physical world of 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time, the 4-dimensional world of Einstein. That's what we tend to think of as physical reality. So you say something is real because it exists in that 4-dimensional world, 4-dimensional space-time. But my own view is that we cannot be completely sure that that's what reality consists of exclusively. One has to bear in mind the possibility that there could be a higher level of reality of which the physical world, what we call the physical world, is just a part. So that even though something isn't real in the sense that it's not part of the physical 4-dimensional space-time of physics, conceivably there might be this higher world with respect to which it has a reality.
If we could get back to this state of mind that was probably absolutely taken for granted in ancient Egypt at the time they built the pyramids, say 2500 BC, we would find this whole question of the paranormal completely self-evident and obvious. There wouldn't be any question about it, because they didn't see any distinction between this world and the next. And I'm sure they were perfectly right. I'm sure they could actually see spirits wandering around. Certainly, you know, their priests could. Now, we've deliberately suppressed that faculty because it's useless to us. It would distract us, and would certainly distract us from, you know, building the kind of civilization that we have got. Therefore, it's extremely important that we don't start getting it back.
It has to be said that nothing about the events at the Drum Inn can be described as proven in the scientific sense. But then our minds are difficult to identify, and yet we're all quite sure we have one. There is clearly much more to this world than is dreamt of in the purely scientific philosophy. The $64,000 question, of course, is how much more? It would seem that Chris's encounter lies in that grey area. The conversation she claims to have had with a young man who died all those years ago would seem to raise the most profound questions about what happens after death.
I draw a parallel between using a Ouija board, asking whoever's there to respond, is rather like living in a city with a notice on the front door, everybody welcome, anybody welcome. Sooner or later somebody will come in and will do damage.
One thing I found from doing Ouija boards before, that it doesn't answer anything unless you ask the question, so you have to be very thorough and make sure you've asked everything you need to ask. It wouldn't necessarily then go on and tell you what he did, where he lived. You'd actually have to ask the question, so it's quite easy to miss things out. So the next question we asked was how long had he been dead? And in a process of actually spelling out letter for letter, it said 150 years.
Watford is an old market town that lies a few miles to the northwest of London. It's a town that goes back a long way. St Mary's Church, for example, dates from the middle of the 13th century. Today it's a typical crowded, busy suburban centre with lots going on. Our story comes from a part of the town where the old and the new come together. The ancient church, a row of old Georgian houses, and a bustling modern shopping centre. In one of the shops, which is used as a studio, some of the staff began to notice some strange things going on. Nothing particularly frightening or alarming, but disturbing and nervous-making, mainly because they kept happening, and they couldn't be explained in any rational way.
The staff were very edgy. They sort of walk around in twos and they're saying all these little stories about things that go bump in the night, and I thought someone was trying to wind me up. I'd heard little things, so I didn't really think much was going on because I hadn't seen visual proof of what's happening. It started pretty weird. The camera would sort of turn itself on and turn itself off, lights would go on and off, and I really thought there was somebody in the studio who was doing it to wind up everybody else.
There was a lot of talk about the atmosphere within. There'd been lots of things happening, pictures flying off the wall. Nobody liked to be in the studio on their own, after hours, because it was such a frightening atmosphere. So they tended to all kind of scoot off together at the end of the day. They were scared. People were scared in there, yeah.
Well, what would happen is we would lock up the studio at the end of the night. On the wall of the studio there were a series of portraits because by the nature of the business we had lots of families and lots of groups of children in to be photographed. So what we would do is take a whole variety of shots, and then on the wall those would be reproduced as a series of portraits. So we'd have things like mum and dad, a family picture and two children picture, all from the same family, up on the wall. What would happen is we'd leave the studio, lock up and go, and we'd arrive in the morning and find that maybe the mother's portrait would be substituted or switched with a mother from another group, or we'd generally come in and find that the items in the particular groups have moved around.
The camera is actually set up onto a computer system, so it'll tell us when the film is finished, when the supply film has run out, how many exposures we've got left on the tape, how full the camera is really. And it would say, oh, 2 exposures left, when I know there's a brand new film in the camera. So you'd have to stop and change the film, and then you do like a family sitting, normally about 7 or 8 photographs, and then it would tell you the film was empty, so you'd have to change it again. And after about the 3rd go, just got fed up of it. So you just have to reset the camera and sort of carry on going. But in the middle of sittings, you'll turn around and say, oh, hang on a minute, folks, I've just got to change the film. And it's like, oh, it gets frustrating.
Eventually, because these happenings seemed to be increasing, 3 or 4 people decided to hold a Ouija board session. It was all very light-hearted and inconsequential, more curiosity than anything else. But they wondered if they could learn something about what was causing the disturbances. The Ouija board is a very old device. The ancient Egyptians used them to contact dead spirits. More recently, in Victorian times, they became immensely fashionable across Europe and America. All kinds of prominent people in society took part in Ouija board sessions. Today, it's become something of a party game. But there are many people who would claim to have had some kind of unexplained experience as a result of using them.
We set the Ouija board up, and within a few moments the glass was flying across the board. About 10 o'clock that evening I decided to go home. I got in my car and I looked in the rearview mirror. There was an old lady sitting on the back seat. Very clear enough for me to describe her. When I turned around, she disappeared. I didn't think a great deal more of it until the following week when we did the Ouija board again, but this time I asked the Ouija board who it was in the back of my car. The board and the glass very clearly spelt out the name BEA. It then went on to say that this was my great-grandmother and she was in the back of the car with me all the time. Well, I don't know the name of my great-grandmother, so I then, the following day, called my grandmother and asked her the name of my great-grandparents. She told me that her mother's name was Beatrice and that she was always known as B. This was kind of nice because it was the feeling that it was all true, that there was really something to it, that it couldn't have just been made up by the girls or something. The following week we did the Ouija board again, and I got in the car about 10 o'clock, looked in my rearview mirror, and there she was again, just as clear as the time before. A short while later I was just approaching my home, and a very good friend of mine lived on the left-hand side of some traffic lights where I pulled up. I hooted, he came to the window, and he waved. He went away, he came back again within a few seconds and seemed to inspect the car a little more closely, waved and went away again. And I went home. I thought no more of it until the following morning, when he phoned me and asked me who was sitting in the back of my car. When I asked him why did he ask that, he said, well, did you not see me return to the window? Because I knew you must have been on your way home, therefore why would there be somebody sitting in the back of the car? But whoever it was waving at me.
But for all its apparent casualness, those in the know about these things, particularly psychic mediums and parapsychologists, who spend a great deal of time dealing with the after effects of psychic events, constantly warn against the potential dangers. Dabbling in the paranormal, in this or indeed any other way, it can, they argue, have all kinds of unexplained and unwanted results.
We find often when people have been to fortune tellers or astrologers or have dabbled with the Ouija boards or tarot cards, that often what happens, the information to begin with is very good and interesting and factual. They actually find that the information that's passed is accurate. So after a while they begin to trust the source of this information. And then suddenly it seems to change tack and begins to feed them inaccurate stuff, sometimes absolute lies, sometimes threatening them with death or with very serious accidents, sometimes throwing doubt on other previously trustworthy relationships. You know, one case, a brother, 2 brothers and the wife of one of them played the Ouija board, and it gave them a lot of information which was accurate. And suddenly one day it said, your brother is having an affair with your wife. And they were all stunned by this.
And luckily, the husband knew there was no chance of this happening, and they took the board out of the house and burnt it immediately.
The assumption behind this kind of warning, and clearly supported by the experience of people like Tom Willis, would seem to be that there are spirits or entities or whatever involved in some kind of parallel existence. And if a channel of communication is opened up, they will make their presence felt.
The trouble with using Ouija boards as a means of satisfying curiosity, which young people often do, is that they go into it unprotected. And I draw a parallel between using a Ouija board, asking whoever's there to respond, is rather like living in a city with a notice on the front door, everybody welcome, anybody welcome. Sooner or later somebody will come in who will do damage. And there are plenty of spirits of a fairly lowly sort who are plain mischievous, who are able to mimic and pretend that they are much better souls than they really are, until they get you trapped in following their silly instructions. And by that time they've established such a rapport with you, or you with them, that you can't let go of them, they can't let go of you and won't let go of you, and they can make your life a misery.
I was always fascinated by the experience of an American editor who began playing around with an Ouija board until he found, to his dismay, that one of these damn spirits had got inside his head and was permanently talking. He said it was the spirit of a Nantucket sea captain who seemed to be envious of the fact that he was alive and the Nantucket sea captain was dead. Well, he said some friend of his who knew about these things got him to go along, did something or other which is not described. He had to write with his hand. Something took him over, and his hand wrote, "Each of us has a spirit while alive. Do not mess about with the spirits of the dead." And he says, as this happened, he suddenly felt the spirit being pushed out through the top of his head. And he said, as it seemed to pop out of the top of his head like a cork, he felt incredible relief, as you can imagine. And in that moment, he said he could have told you anything about the future.
In Watford, no one, it seems, had any fears about setting up the Ouija board session, although it's noteworthy that no one has wanted to repeat it since, and no one had any particular expectations. When they described it later on, much of what emerged seems to have been pure gobbledygook. But to their complete astonishment, they did seem to get some coherent information about a particular individual, a former schoolteacher, a name, where he lived, how he died, and when.
The first question we asked was who was haunting the studio, and it came up with the name of Keith Cook. So the next question we asked was how long had he been dead? And in a process of actually spelling out letter for letter, it said 150 years. And we found out then that he taught at the Free School. The next question we asked was why he was haunting the studio. And again, the glass moved with our fingers and spelt out letter by letter, he wanted to be near the children. We asked him why he wanted to be near the children, and his answer to that was that he'd been involved in a fire when he worked at the school. And several of the children had perished in the fire, and he had actually lost his own life by going back in to save the kids. We were told by Keith Cook that he was a middle-aged man, and he had died during his middle age. He also mentioned that in addition to working at the school, he had also worked at the workhouse, which was situated adjacently, and he actually resided at the workhouse. Apparently this was quite a common thing, and people who taught in one often taught in the other.
It seems inconceivable that any of this information could have been in the heads of the people who took part in this session. None of it meant very much to them at the time. Indeed, none of them did anything about it. But it raised the most fundamental question. Did any of this extraordinary detail check out in the historical records? Nobody who attended the Ouija board session in Watford had any intention of following up the information they seemed to have gained from it. If anything, the strange, unexplained activity at the studio increased.
Almost directly after finishing the Ouija board for the few days after, and then the weeks after that, the disturbances started to get more and more severe. We thought probably at the beginning that it had been because we knew a bit more about what had been going on, and maybe we'd just become slightly more sensitive to the atmosphere that was obviously building up in the place.
Things got pretty hairy then. It sort of happened so there was more frequency to when the events were happening. There was the backgrounds would still be changing around, things would still be moving, and you'd say, "Oh, shut up, George," and half an hour wasn't long enough. He'd be back in 10 minutes doing something else. So I think he was really trying to get somebody's attention, but there was nobody around who could really talk to him and find out what was going on or why he was still around.
It was a very cold atmosphere. It felt almost dark, like something was kind of surrounding you. It was that heavy. You know, all the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was almost like you were being watched and covered. It's hard to explain. A very heavy presence.
But the story tugged away at Ian's curiosity. There seemed to be so much detail. Could it be possible that Keith Cook, schoolmaster, had existed? But where to begin the search? Watford is a big place, with dozens of old schools. But then one day, over a year later, passing a converted office just round the corner, he happened to glance up. His eye was drawn to a plaque on the wall. It contained the words, "Free School." Something clicked in his brain. That was how it had come out at the session. It launched Ian on a search that became an obsession. The school, he learned, had been founded as a bequest in 1709.
There's an office building which is actually inside the old Free School building, and on the outside of the Free School there's a plaque which makes reference to the history of the building. There is quite a bit of information written about the school. It had been the first school in the Hertfordshire area for the education of young children who couldn't afford to be educated privately. The lady who actually started the school and arranged for the building had set aside an amount of money in her will to ensure the school had always remained as a school building.
But there was nothing in all that long history that mentioned a master called Keith Cook. Although when we looked into it, there has been a continuous record of minor paranormal activity at the school.
Myself personally, in the 10 years that I've worked for there's been a couple of times when I felt extremely uncomfortable, but you know, you sort of hear the things about ghosts and that, and you think, oh no, you're being silly. But there was one occasion, and it was during the day. It wasn't one of the late evenings that sometimes I work on my own. It was actually during a Saturday afternoon. On the ground floor I went through, and I was working quite happily, and I went to go up the stairs. And I felt sort of buzzing around my ear, and I thought maybe I had a wasp in my hair. And I sort of brushing my hair and realised that it wasn't that time of the year. And sort of all of a sudden there was this coldness around me, and I don't quite know what it was. I can't explain it, but all I knew is that Saturday afternoon I had to get out of that building, so I did no more than set the alarm and go very, very quickly.
So where to turn to pick up the thread of Keith Cook? Right next to the schoolhouse, there was a row of almshouses, or houses built for the poor, that have been there since 1721. Could they possibly have been related to the workhouse, where the spirit or entity had described himself as living 150 years ago? As it happens, the very first national census in this country was carried out just over 150 years ago, in 1841. Ian set out to check the census records for Watford for that date, a task that proved much easier to say than to do. It was very difficult indeed to locate the right piece of microfiche, but when it came, the result proved to be astounding.
And I went to the Watford Library and looked through the rolls of microfilm they keep there for the census. And the first census they hold there is for 1841. After several hours, 2 or 3 hours of looking through, and with assistance from the librarians, we found a listing for the Watford Workhouse, and a master was listed there by the name of Keith Cook.
The fact of the 1841 census was an extraordinary coincidence. It proved beyond the shadow of doubt the reality of the information that had been revealed at the Ouija board session. There had been a Keith Cook. He was a schoolmaster. He had lived in the workhouses 150 odd years ago. When Ian checked the records for 1851, Keith Cook was no longer there. So how had he died? Where was the fire? When he went back to the school records, they showed there was a strange gap in its activities between 1841 and 1842, almost as if it had closed down, but no reason was given. Then Ian discovered that it had in fact been rebuilt in 1842. Why would a school need to be rebuilt? Could this have been the fire that the spirit or the entity had referred to? The Watford fire records didn't go back beyond 1868, so they didn't help. But it looked as if, by some strange quirk of fate, Keith Cook had lived just long enough to be captured by the 1841 census, and then had died in a fire at the school just a few months later, trying to save the children.
I established the building had been rebuilt in 1842 because there's a reference to it in a reference book that's held in the Watford Library that says in 1842 the Free School was built. All references prior to that were during the 1700s, which would obviously have been the previous school. I can find no other explanation as to why the school would have been rebuilt with no detailed records kept other than there was a fire. When we finally found out Keith Cook had indeed existed, I was amazed. After a period of several hours sitting in the library, it was amazing to find out that that person had existed. Until then, it was probably a period of 2 or 3 years when we had known the name, but until I actually looked into the background of the story and found him, it was an amazing feeling to know that he existed. And gradually, other areas of the story began to slot into place.
The story of Keith Cook, Victorian schoolmaster, is undoubtedly an extraordinary one. From the sheer difficulty we experienced in putting together the details of this man's life, it's quite clear that none of the people who attended that single casual session in Watford could have had prior knowledge of his existence. The information that came across was quite remarkable in its detail. The name, the age, where he lived, how he died, even the kind of school he taught at. The fundamental question, of course, is where did it come from? How is it possible that a man who died 150 years ago was able to communicate information about himself to a modern audience? It's a question that lies way beyond the bounds of conventional science. Like so many other stories in this series, it raises the most profound questions about what happens to the human mind after death.
Sometimes I think the death is so sudden, occasionally some soul refuses to believe it's dead and is invisible and nobody's taking any notice of it, and it's in a permanent nightmare and is trying to say to people, look, I'm here, I'm here. Do objects fly about like that? You know, and tries first of all to say, look, I am here. Do you realize you're not alone? Now you realize something's here. Now I'll try and let you know who I am.
One of the many puzzling things is that the capacity of these entities to transmit information, if only in order to prove who they are and that they have survived, varies enormously. In some cases it can be extraordinarily detailed and very specific in such a way as to provide veridical evidence, i.e. evidence which is not known to or apparent to any of the people on this side. Not at any rate until sometime later the evidence is checked and found to be accurate. That's the sort of thing for which there is a great deal of actual evidence which doesn't admit of any denying.
To make sense of it, we have to step outside the materialist, reductionist idea of what a human being is. A very complicated electrochemical, physical mechanism with the mind and the personality seated in the brain's operations, and that when the brain dies and is destroyed, then that is the end of it. If those cases of apparitions, of information given that was not in any person, any living person's mind, are authentic, then it would appear that there is a part of a human being that can operate independent of time and space. I'm sure of that, and may even be able to operate independent of mortality.
It was the most amazing thing in my whole life. After 26 years with the police, I did see it once, and that's enough.
She was screaming in intense pain, and then they appeared, suddenly and clearly before my very eyes. I could see the vicious marks of the teeth on her hand and all over her arms.
This is one of the most interesting cases to appear in Belgium for a very long time, and certainly one of the most interesting in Europe.
Fleurus is a small town in the southern corner of Belgium. It lies close to the border with France, and the language spoken here is indeed French. The whole area has been badly hit by the recession across Europe, and there is a high level of unemployment here and general economic hardship. It's also a part of the country that doesn't have a particularly attractive reputation. Belgians talk of it as being reclusive, shut off, and highly superstitious. Certainly in recent years, there have been frequent stories in the local press and TV, for example, about the practice of witchcraft and black magic, and a quite extraordinary cluster of paranormal events in the area.
It is because people have no jobs. They suffer severe economic problems. They want some sort of security and a feeling of well-being. So, they seek out things beyond the material world, and eventually fall into the trap of playing with black magic. These are things beyond their knowledge, and they simply do not know how to handle the forces which are released. That is why they have so many problems.
Indeed, these practices seem to have become so entrenched in the local society, and the effects on both communities and individuals so damaging, that Father Meurant has become more or less a full-time exorcist. Father Meurant is a Monsignor, or senior priest, in the Catholic Apostolic Church of Belgium, which broke away from the Roman Catholic Church some 200 years ago. It's a very traditional church. It still holds its masses in Latin, for example. He has a team of priests whose job it is to respond to people, whether they're members of the church or not, who've run into psychic or emotional problems as a result of their contact with the paranormal. And it seems there are many of them. He receives as many as 20 calls a week.
In just a single week, it is not uncommon for us to receive 20 phone calls. Calls come in almost every day. People of all religions, or no religion, can become gripped in fear at any time. They claim to have seen or felt all sorts of things. Above all, they say they have poltergeists, or that they are possessed.
As Father Meurant has gone about his work over the past few years, he's come to form what some might call a most unholy alliance, an alliance with the world of science. He seeks the widest possible understanding of the forces he has to deal with. And so he's formed a close working relationship with Professor Vladimir Verovaki, a biologist, lecturer in parapsychology. These two inhabit different worlds. They have in many ways totally different points of view, and they frequently disagree on the fundamental explanation for these psychic events. But together they seem to make a most powerful team. They have become two of Europe's most celebrated ghost hunters.
En effet, il s'agit de collaboration entre un prêtre.
Ours is a collaboration between a priest, a man of religion who works in the field, and a scientist who comes armed with his scientific methodology and know-how. You could categorize the collaboration between Patrick Moreau and me as a two-way exchange of information, of access to cases and expertise. The church informs me of the many telephone calls they receive daily, of the variety of problems in cases reported. I know that people can suffer from causes which many scientists reject out of hand. I try to concentrate on those cases where no so-called natural explanations can be found.
Le professeur Vladimir Verovaki nous aide énormément.
Professor Vladimir is very knowledgeable and is helping us enormously. If I am not mistaken, he has performed 25 years of research into paranormal phenomena, poltergeists and so on. His expertise is unquestionable, and he has personally investigated areas other scientists choose to ignore. This type of learned assistance better enables us to sort out which phenomena can be dealt with by science and which must remain within the realm of religion.
One of the most extraordinary cases in which they work together involves a young man called Eric Barbet. At the time, Barbet was in his early 20s. He lived in his fiancée's home, and it seems there was a good deal of friction with his girlfriend's mother. And then in 1993, a whole series of strange events began to take place. It started with unexplained noises and objects moving apparently of their own accord. Gradually over the months, the events became more violent, with objects flying across the room, even heavy pieces of furniture apparently lifting a foot or more off the ground.
We were all sitting together at the table, my parents and my fiancé's parents, and the table started to rise up into the air. So I decided to sit on a chair, but the chair started to move. Then all sorts of things started to happen. Chairs, tables, things on shelves, whatever, they all started to move. And I was not the only one to see it. Then everything broke down in the kitchen. Nothing in the kitchen was normal. There was milk on the ceiling, cutlery on the floor, food everywhere. A terrible mess. So, what could we do? We couldn't carry on like this.
These kinds of events were witnessed by several people in the house on a number of occasions. And then Barbet himself began to be affected physically. He fell into a trance, for example, in which it seems he spoke in languages he himself didn't know. He felt unwell, as if, he says, his body had been taken over.
I felt bad. I couldn't stop crying. I fainted when I came down from my room, so they put me in an armchair and called the doctor. The doctor came and wanted to give me an injection. He made all his preparations and began the procedure. Then, something inside of me, this thing started to shout. They say it was not human, that shout. I felt that I was possessed by the devil.
It impressed me at the time and even today. One thing about Barbet's case is a diversity of phenomena. Very powerful forces must have been at work. These are the very forces which I have set out to explain through the methodology of science. In one case could be found a multitude of paranormal expression. Black magic, possession, spiritualism, poltergeist. They're all here, all kinds of things.
Father Moran asked Professor Verovacchi to analyze the kinds of events that were going on. But he decided to bring the full energy of the church to bear on Barbet. He began a series of exorcisms to drive out what he believed were the evil spirits invading and attacking Barbet's body. These were extraordinarily violent and physical events. Barbet had to be held down, for example, as if he were in some kind of torment. And this is actual film of these exorcisms taking place. At one stage, Father Moran says he demanded the names of what he believed were these evil spirits, and to his astonishment, Barbet, in a kind of trance, uttered the names of evil spirits that occur in ancient religious texts that he could not possibly have known. In all, Barbet went through as many as 9 or 10 services like this. In the end, it seems he was cured, if that's the appropriate word to use.
Dans le rituel de l'exorcisme,
in an exorcism, the priest must remove unwanted spirits which have invaded a host body. And there can be dangers. There can be one or perhaps more than one hostile spirit in the body of the possessed. These spirits fight to keep their footholds in a living body. It is a difficult job, both mentally and physically, to remove them. They seem determined to resist returning to the spirit world, or wherever it is they reside. At the moment of release, when the entity exits the body, it is important that all who are present pray together. This is to ensure that the demon doesn't find another host to enter. This is not an idle threat. It has happened, and I have seen it myself.
Professor Verovacchi was deeply involved throughout the entire Barbet case. He kept immensely detailed records of the extraordinary poltergeist activity. In his analysis, he describes Barbet as being the epicenter of what was going on, as if the unexplained energy radiated outwards from him. But his explanation of what was happening during the exorcisms was, as you might expect, totally at variance with Father Moran's. For the professor, it had nothing to do with driving out devils. It was, he argued, a kind of psychiatric treatment, an all-enveloping process of psychotherapy.
C'est vrai que Monseigneur Patrick Méran a effectué...
There were actually a few attempts at exorcising the spirit, and we can see that the result was positive. It took several tries, and these were often long and sometimes painful, but ultimately the phenomena ceased. Today, Eric seems fine. completely normal. But we must ask what really happens in an exorcism. Rituals similar to exorcism seem to have taken place in almost every society since the beginning of recorded civilization, and undoubtedly long before that. The fact that people seem to have some sort of spirit inside of them has been interpreted in many ways. Is a demon really expelled from a body? I don't think so. For a scientist like myself, it is nothing more than primitive psychotherapy. In fact, you could call exorcism the forefather, the ancestor of modern psychoanalysis.
But whatever the explanation, the spiritual one from Father Moran, or the parapsychological one from Professor Verovaki, the facts of the matter seem to be that Barbet was cured. He took a job again and resumed his normal life. But perhaps the most extraordinary thing to emerge from the Barbet case is that neither the priest nor the scientist questioned the reality of the events they'd witnessed, the strange paranormal activity, the way in which furniture and objects moved across a room violently and with great energy. Just a few miles away from the house in southern Belgium, where Eric Barbet had his strange experiences, there was another case in which these two ghost hunters, the priest and the professor, became involved. Once again, it concerned a family who was swept along in a series of quite extraordinary events that they simply could not comprehend. They were so far outside their normal experience, with one person seemingly the focus of the energy and activity that was going on. In this case, the daughter of the house, Valerie. When the event started, Valerie was just 16. She lived with her parents in a neat, middle-class house in the town of Ronsard. She was a student, and there was, it seems, a fair amount of conflict in the house between the daughter and her parents. But whatever the underlying situation, suddenly, as if from nowhere, Valerie began to suffer what seemed to be a series of physical attacks from something unseen and unheard. The effects on Valerie were tangible and visible. Marks and bruises began to appear on her arms and body. She claimed they appeared entirely spontaneously, and there are several witnesses who are prepared to support that. Witnesses speak, for example, of Valerie's face actually being slapped, audibly and visibly, in their presence, by something completely unseen. And because of the physical attacks, the police were called in.
J'ai voulu me placer derrière elle et I placed my hands on her cheeks. It was important for me to try to experience this phenomenon for myself. I asked the thing, the demon, the power that was smacking her face, to smack some more so that I could feel the smacks on my hands. I didn't feel them, but as the girl was smacked, I could feel her face becoming red hot, and her head was jerking with each smack. And I could hear the smacks distinctly, each one, but all I felt on my hands was this strange feeling of heat. And then it beat me. I could feel this thing upon me, close and violent. And these yin and yang marks rose up on my stomach, and scratches and letters on my arms. The letters formed into the word devil on my arms. And then everything went crazy. The furniture started moving, doors smashing.
Afterwards, I looked closely at Valerie. It was as if you took her hand and bit it. Even I, who has witnessed so many things, could hardly believe what I was seeing. I have seen the work of these demons many times, but never with such clarity and in so close proximity. There were teeth marks all over her arms and scratches too. It happened right before my eyes. Valerie was only 20 centimeters from me when I saw those scratches suddenly appear on her arms and shoulder.
There were times when the family were together, the four of us having a good time. Suddenly my daughter would scream and a scratch would appear on her face. From out of nowhere there would come a scratch. Who was doing it? No one could do a thing like that themselves. My daughter was covered with scratches, just like this one. Not only on her face, but on her whole body. Scratches with the symbols of evil, or of the devil himself. Someone was doing this. How could a young girl do these things to herself, make such a scratch on her face? It would swell from nothing and start to bleed. After the blood flowed for a bit, it would coagulate, and the scratch would stay on her face for about a week.
On top of this, there was constant and violent poltergeist activity. Objects and furniture began to move, seemingly at random, while people were in the same room, often crashing into the wall and breaking because of the energy being generated. It seemed totally inexplicable. Even the senior police officers who spent time in the house have made official statements about the events they witnessed, admitting they couldn't suggest any rational explanation.
C'est que, étant présente toujours donc dans ce living en compagnie de mes collègues. We were in the living room, myself and colleagues from the police, sitting around the table. We were observing everything intently and making notes. At one point, one of the chairs was empty. Suddenly, it started moving. I was amazed. It was the very first time that I personally had witnessed this kind of phenomenon. In fact, I was more than amazed. I was troubled, disturbed. I stood up to see if there was some mechanism or other, some external force making the chair move. Perhaps a thread around the chair's leg. I observed with all my power. There was nothing. The chair, it was completely normal.
It was all happening, amazing things, unbelievable things, for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then nothing. All the tremendous activity just stopped, dead. Except this very strange ambience which gripped the room. A cold and sinister atmosphere we couldn't explain. I made notes and recorded it all. These were the strangest and most puzzling things I've ever encountered. If I had to report to a judge, I would have to tell him to his face and not over the phone or in a report, otherwise he would think that I'd had too much to drink.
When we saw all these things flying at Valerie, we tried to protect her, even if it meant putting her own body in the path of the things that were flying about. Then everything started to fly toward us. They came at us and came at us. These things were the work of the devil, or of curses, on objects that had come into our house. We were threatened, even hurt, like Valerie. When you have a child, you have to protect her, to help the child. So I was in front of Valerie, and I got it myself.
The police were completely at a loss over what seemed to be going on in the house. Apart from recording it in detail, they felt there was nothing they could do. It was outside their experience. So they called in Father Moran and Professor Verovaki. It seems there can be little doubt about the strange events having taken place, however otherworldly they may seem. They were witnessed by so many different people, either together or separately, and at quite different times. Moreover, it's not often in these cases you get two signed statements from senior police officers. But what about the cause? What was going on? Once again, there was a great difference of view between the priest and the professor. Father Moran is convinced that it is essentially external. For him, the events represented a clear attack of evil forces, perhaps channeled through disturbed spirits, as he called them, and allowed to take hold on the house because a channel had been opened up by the conflict between the members of the family. The energy was essentially spiritual energy.
There is no question that there exists souls of dead people who have not found eternal rest. These souls survive in a state neither fully in the land of the living nor in the land of the dead. It is difficult to explain, but we are certain they exist. Demons have the ability to utilize these souls of the dead for the projection of energy. Sometimes a person finds herself overflowing with energy, a trapped energy which cannot be expressed or released. Such a person may become vulnerable to the actions of the spirits of the dead. Souls can interfere with people's lives. Souls can play with people, influence them emotionally, and they can move things about. So where does the energy to do all this come from? Everybody has tried to find out. But for us, the energy comes from God, or from the devil.
Once again, Professor Verovaki made a most detailed study. He actually witnessed the objects moving about, apparently of their own accord. In his analysis, he has no doubt that these events occurred. But he sees the energy as being essentially internal, psychic energy, triggered by the turmoil within Valerie herself.
Cette énergie probablement provient de l'intérieur de la matière.
This energy appears to come from the very elements which compose the body, and it seems to be at the epicenter of the poltergeist activity. Now somehow the person at the center is able to unwittingly marshal this energy and organize it or focus it to move objects. and the objects do move, break, or disappear.
Clearly, there can be no cast iron proof either way. We're dealing here with a mystery. And it has to be said, both the victims of the events, the mother and Valerie herself, violently disagree with both analyses.
I still don't know why all this happened, but I do know that I'm not responsible. They say there was no possession, so that meant that my family, or me, that we were doing this ourselves. You would have to be mad to do this to yourself. All the hurt, all the pain. To do this kind of thing to yourself, you must be mad.
Either way, Father Moran did not believe that this was a case of possession. After living very close to the events for over 6 weeks, he refused to carry out a full-scale exorcism. He was only prepared to bless the house, to seal it, as he described it, from evil.
After 30 days, things started to calm down a bit. Paranormal activity had almost ground to a halt, but everyone was still suffering, especially Valerie. Often when a child suffers, it is difficult for parents to come to terms with the real cause. You see, nobody understood the transformation through which she had gone, and they were not prepared to admit the cause, to admit that somehow they bore a part of the responsibility.
A variety of physical phenomena has been experienced. Things moving, appearing, disappearing. From what I have seen and others have seen, there is no doubt that these happenings are real. How much evidence is required to state that something exists? I mean, only a few people have walked on the moon, yet we all believe it. Yet, in Ramsar, things have been reported by the most skeptical and reliable of witnesses, and there are those who are still prepared to doubt. Now, all this phenomena has been fully verified. Policemen, priests, the family, even I have confirmed these events. I am confident that at least 90% of the observed phenomena actually happened.
However we respond to any of these explanations, these cases undoubtedly raise immense problems for conventional science. It seems difficult to challenge the fact that the events took place, if only because of the reliability of some of the key witnesses and the detail of the record. But whether we incline towards Father Moran's essentially religious explanation, or Professor Verovaki's psychosomatic one, both in a very real sense hinge on a pretty astounding claim, namely that there is a powerful link between the events going on in, for example, Valerie's mind and the violent movement of physical objects in the house. Mind, that is, moving matter. But the stranger-than-fiction fact is that there are researchers in several very eminent universities on both sides of the Atlantic who would say that that concept would be in keeping with the results of their own research.
It was just so plain, clear, that I still can't get to grips with what I actually seen that night.
We said, shall we go back and see what it is? And just everything on your body was stood up like that, like the hackles on the back of your neck and all that lot.
Freezing cold, absolutely
freezing cold. And we said, no, sod this, like, let's go home, like, you know.
I saw all the time the shimmering of the air. And then it was that my wife said, do you see that in the far distance? What do you mean? Yeah, there is something moving. It is like a man on horseback. And I looked and said, yes, you are true, how is that possible? and it was a man in gallop. He was galloping there, and he came nearer and nearer, and the shimmering of the air made the whole figure very unreal and very fantastic. I said, how is that possible? It is if the legs of the horse do not touch the ground at all, and it is if the whole figure is floating towards us.
Bodmin Moor in Cornwall is one of the most beautiful parts of England. Wild, untamed, mysterious. The high moorland runs down to the sea to create the romantic Cornish coastline, steep cliffs, narrow rocky coves and inlets. And the whole area is knee-deep in a heady mixture of myths and legends, part fact, part fiction, part history, part fairy tale. Stories of Arthur and the court of Camelot, of a mysterious Celtic priesthood, of civil war and smugglers. Moreover, for as long as people can remember, Bodmin has been steeped in stories of the paranormal. Some believe it has to do with the strange qualities of the granite rock itself.
I suspect that what is special about Cornwall is that it's mainly granite, and that this may have something to do with the fact that you get such a very high proportion of so-called psychic events taking place in Cornwall. We've got an enormous number of standing stones, and my own investigation of these standing stones has convinced me that they were stuck in like sort of stone needles into acupuncture points in the earth. Certainly, the places where there are standing stones appear to have some extremely powerful ambience to which the dowsing rod responds quite directly.
Paranormal activity has been going on for a very long time on the moor and in North Cornwall, and indeed in the whole of Cornwall. And I believe that it is an ongoing process. And my great hope is that before many years have passed, that we shall see a major breakthrough in the paranormal field, that the reality will be established. And on the evidence of the past, I think there's a very good chance of that breakthrough being made here in Cornwall.
But whatever the reason, geology or Celtic mystery, there is no doubt that there are various sites on the moor where many different people at quite different times claim to have seen events they simply cannot explain. One of them, for example, is St. Nectan's Glen, the site of an ancient Celtic monastery founded almost 1,500 years ago. The Glen is one of those places where myth and magic intermingle. But that having been said, many visitors go away convinced there is still a monastery somewhere in the valley. They've seen the monks.
St. Nectan's Glen is a piece of paradise, really. It's got steeped in history, going back to the Druids even used to worship up here. King Arthur, his knights were baptised in the Cave before they went in search of the Holy Grail. And you'll actually see some red stones in the Glen, in the river, that are locally known as bloodstones. And they're supposed to be, when King Arthur had his last battle at Slaughterbridge, all the wounded and dying coming back through the Glen to get to the castle, their blood landed on the rocks, and it's just stayed ever since.
My granddaughter, when she was very small, often used to see a man walking across, and it was always away from the patio. Actually, he must have been walking on the air, because there was a vast drop where he was seen. And then lots of the visitors have come up and said that they see this old man standing at the edge of the building, very old man with a beard, rather stooping in a monk's habit.
St. Nectan's Glen runs down to the sea at the ancient fishing port of Tintagel, the very heartland of Arthurian legend. Were the Knights of the Round Table here in the dark years between the departure of the Romans and the coming of the Norsemen? Some years ago, a Dutchman spent a holiday here with his wife. He remembers what happened to him as clearly as if it happened yesterday.
I saw the man on the horse now more clearly. I could see how he was dressed. I saw, first of all, a strange hat. It was a hat with a white brim, folded up on the front and going back there. And he was totally in black. He had a coat in white, pleats hanging down, and I saw there was embroidery on that coat. And I saw his boots, who were soft leather, and as well, of course, spurs I saw. And then the horse stepped forward to a nearby hawthorn. And the man dismounted, and he walked to the hawthorn and tied the reins on a low hanging branch of the tree. The shimmering of the air increased. It was all waving, and at that moment, all at once, the man and the horse disappeared totally. I was totally flabbergasted. My wife said, "How is that possible? Would you believe it?" she said. I said to her, "Come, let me go back to the beach. It is so hot here. Let me go back to the beach." We didn't talk so much to each other anymore. She grabbed my arm. We walked down to the beach. And she said, "Is it possible that it was King Arthur?" I said, "Who else could it have been?"
I don't think the Dutch artist on the cliffs of Tintagel saw King Arthur. I think King Arthur belonged to a much earlier period of time. But he undoubtedly saw something of a supernatural nature. You can't have a horse and rider seen very vividly and in detail by the man and his wife, there one moment and gone the next. I think that the rider was stylishly dressed, would suggest that it was more likely to be within a smuggling context, because we've got to remember that the gentry were involved with smuggling.
During the 18th century, the whole coastline was rife with smuggling activity. The lonely isolated beaches, the country lanes, the inns and farmhouses on the moor. And so swinging were the taxes on alcohol that all classes were involved, landed gentry as well as poor fishermen. It was a dangerous trade. If you were caught, you could be hanged from the nearest tree. At the historic old hostelry of Jamaica Inn, it seems that the sounds of the smugglers still ring out.
We live here immediately above this room, and this used to be the old stable block. And you know, I imagine that in the day it was a stable block, it'd been an old cobbled floor, and probably 3, 4, 5 times a year one can hear ponies paddling about down here, people shouting, talking, and this won't go on for just 2 or 3 minutes. It'll probably go on for 2 hours. The dialect that people talking is not understandable to my ears. I would think probably it's of a Cornish dialect, and it just goes on. You can hear people outside shouting, talking, as if coaches and carriages were being unloaded and stuff being banged about. You can look out of the window, you can come downstairs, you can see nothing, but the noise still continues.
Val is the cook at Jamaica Inn, as practical and down-to-earth a lady as you could find. But even Val has had her ghostly experiences.
The ghost that goes through the door has a cloak on, but it's mostly a cloak. It's not, you know, like with no head or no, you know, it's just a cloak with a big collar, and it starts off here and it goes over here and goes out there in the stable bar. And it's very frightening, and I just go down to the kitchen and close the door behind me, which makes me more secure.
I was working as head chef at the Jamaica Inn, and we finished work on the Saturday night at about 11:15 and was proceeding to drive home across Bodmin Moor towards Tor Point. And about 2 miles down the road, rounded this corner, all of a sudden I seen this figure hanging from a tree. And I said to Tam, "Did you see anything, Tam?" And he looked at me
Well, Ashley says, I know what I seen. What did you see?
I said, a guy hanging from a tree, like, you know.
And I says, that is exactly what I seen as well.
And we said, shall we go back and see what it is? And just everything on your body was stood up like that, like the hackles on the back of your neck and all that lot.
Freezing cold, absolutely
freezing cold.
Freezing cold.
And we said, no, sod this, like, let's go home, like, you know. But every night since then, when we was going backwards and forwards to work, when you come back at night, you just instantly freeze and your hairs all stand up on the back of your neck as you go through.
And I can remember colours that night. I can remember black, I can remember white, and I can also remember red. A red scarf, or not a cravat, but just something red. I can remember black boots, shiny black boots. It was just so plain, clear, that I still can't get to grips with what I actually seen that night.
Galloping horsemen, the sounds of smugglers, bodies hanging from trees. Around Tintagel and Jamaica Inn, such stories are almost commonplace. But 10 miles or so across the moor, in the village of Altonan, there is a cluster of quite different stories around the old vicarage, of a vicar and his mistress, and a distraught chambermaid who drowned herself in the village stream. The old vicarage in the village of Altonan is called Penhallow, a name which means on the edge of the moor. The present house was built in the middle of the last century by the Reverend Tripp. He is actually buried in the churchyard, but notably not alongside his wife. He lies with another lady called Mary Hurley, who may have been his housekeeper. Penhallow has been a focus of paranormal activity for many years, some of it seemingly associated with Mary Hurley herself.
Penhallow has been there for some, it was the rectory originally, and the church sold it off, and it's not the original house. The original one was burnt down. This one was built in 1842, but it's been on that site for many generations, as far as I'm aware. It used to have stables and a coach house and everything. It was in the days when the vicars were really somebody. They ran the rooster. They were the top dog in the village. He lived with his wife in the house, but he also had a house. They had a housekeeper, who was a little bit, shall we say, a little more than a housekeeper. And she's seen sometimes standing at the back door of the house. She's been seen by several people, as far as I know, and she's buried just outside the gate to the house, beside the vicar. The wife isn't. Don't know where the wife's buried, but apparently they were having an affair.
There definitely is a presence in the house. We could often hear strange noises, like people going up and down the stairs, when we knew there was no one in the house. And it wasn't a nasty presence, it was a friendly sort of ghost, if you want. Perhaps it is the housekeeper. Perhaps she doesn't approve of having a licensed premises now, being, an old vicarage. I think she used to look after all the old vicars and what have you then, and perhaps she doesn't like it.
Last week we had a guest staying here on Thursday night who was disturbed for whatever reason in the night, awoke to see a lady dressed in grey, Quaker sort of dress, she said, standing at the corner of her bed for what seemed like several minutes, and then she just disappeared. No harm done, nothing thrown about, but definitely a sighting.
Harry Cleverly was called in by the previous owners of Penhallow to help them with some strange, unexplained experiences in the house that were occurring again and again.
We told him that we'd heard the footsteps going across this room, and he came across and walked around the house, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he said he saw something in the next room to this room. But then, of course, we did realise that possibly the rooms had changed. Perhaps the walls hadn't always been exactly the same places.
Some time ago, when the previous owner had it,
they called me up because they heard footsteps overhead. Didn't frighten them, but they were just interested. So I went up there, and I saw in one of the bedrooms, well, there were 2 bedrooms actually, they are now, 3 and 4, but at that time, I think, at one time there must have been one big room, because I saw this vicar, I think he was, in a frock coat, pacing up and down with his hands behind his back, as if he was puzzling out his sermon for the coming service. At least that's the impression I got.
Harry Cleverly lives in the village. Late one evening, walking his dog, he had another strange experience as he passed the gates of Penhallow.
About midnight, witching hour as always, and I got to the bridge, and the dog stopped, and his hackles rose, and I felt cold, felt this icy feeling, and I looked up, and there was this entity floating down through coming down the path beside the church, came round and walked straight through the gate, which was shut, and went off up the road and disappeared. And I didn't know very much about them, you know, at the time. And I inquired around, and somebody said, "Oh, you've seen her, have you?" And he didn't tell me what had happened, but apparently she comes down the lane behind the church. Where she comes from, nobody actually knows, and what she did. But I found out later that behind the post office, there used to be a swampy land there, and she fell in that and drowned herself, apparently.
As so often in these circumstances, we're left with a judgment to believe or not to believe these stories. There are slender links with the history of the place. There have been sightings by several people, but these can scarcely be called confirmation of anything. Is there any other kind of verification that we could plug into? We decided to call in another psychic medium. No notice whatsoever, we took her to the old vicarage on the moor. She claims to have no knowledge of Altonan or Penhallow. She claims to have had no contact of any kind with Harry Cleverly. Indeed, she was quite prepared to take a lie detector test. We asked her simply to recount her impressions.
Well, this is a favourite, very favourite place of a man that I'm interested in, whose room I believe it was. This is a reverend gentleman, and this room was much bigger. In fact, it actually goes in beyond here. One long room, and there's books. It's lined with books. It's a bolt hole for this gentleman. It is a place where he did his own personal spiritual work. In sight of the church, through this window, he walked for his sermons up and down from window to window, and this view of the way in was almost to him as if it was his spiritual pathway through. That may sound a little, but this is how his personality comes. And he had to get away from the rest of the household many times. I think feels as if there's a bit of an undercurrent, which wouldn't have been mentioned in those days. This is a Victorian gentleman, and there was a lot of things going on in this household which he needed to escape from. Let us put it that way.
He became himself in this room. He wasn't all formal. He became himself. I'm not sure if he actually played an instrument. I feel as if he might have had a fiddle or a pipe, but he became himself here and almost danced and threw himself on the bed, you know, and that kind of thing. Was free. The only place he felt free. That's how I feel about him. But undercurrents, yes. Other occupants of the house, I feel, that are concerned with his family, perhaps, are a little more intricate. I think that I would rather not particularly say how I feel about that, but that it feels that he's living 2 lives here. Being a rector or a vicar, it would have to have been a double life, and I felt that was some concern that his very personal life was wrapped up with one of the occupants of the house. In other words, you know, he was probably having an affair with one of the occupants of the house, and It was very happy. It was very, if I may be so bold to say, very beautiful. It was a very good heart connection with this lady.
As Shirley moved around the vicarage, she picked up another contact, as she called it, in what used to be the old kitchens.
I went into the back of the house because I felt drawn to do so. I feel that it is a very active place in the kitchen area, and I was strongly convinced of previous scullery maid, or perhaps that would be too... she was a servant that worked in the kitchen. A delightful girl, but there are undertones, and she knows more intimate stories about the owners in the Victorian period than perhaps others would. And she lived in a cottage which is no longer down by the bridge, the old bridge in the village. It is now a space. There were a row of cottages there. I saw them, and the bridge itself connected with her, and I believe that she fell at the bridge and was drowned. And this is the young woman who worked here.
So, two mediums, who claim to have had no previous contact, coming up with remarkably similar stories. And right across the moor there are countless stories from people who've had strange experiences, so real and so vivid that they're imprinted upon their memories, never to be forgotten. There are, as we've heard, theories that have been bandied about. The somewhat unusual properties of the granite rock itself, the mysteries of the Celtic brain, and so on. But there are precious few explanations. The only facts would seem to be that the area is indeed rich in history and event, and that people have had experiences here that have changed their view of life and death.
That thing happened to me a long time ago with my mother-in-law when she died. She came one evening, well, once at first night. I didn't know what it was. The bed was just rumbling about, you know, and things. Still thought it was a cat on the bed. The following night, I saw my mother-in-law sat at the bottom of the bed, and a grey coat, green headscarf, as large as life. And she said things had been moved out of her house and so on and so forth, and she was very upset about it. So I wasn't shocked, I wasn't hurt, upset, frightened or anything, because she wouldn't harm me. I said I would look into it. So I phoned my brother-in-law the day after, asked him what he was doing with Mum's things. Said they'd put them away for safekeeping while they're decorated, plus an ebony box, which she also explained about, and with a dragon on. And I didn't know about this box. Anyway, he said, oh, that was Mum's jewellery box. I said, well, put it back, please, on the chest of drawers where it belongs, and put her ornaments back. So I told him why. He did this for me as a favour. He didn't ask any questions. Sure enough, the night came. Fell to walking, hands feeling round the bed. She came again. She sat down, took her scarf off, and I said, well, things have been put back now, Mum. I said, you'll be all right now. Please leave me alone. I said, because I'm losing a lot of sleep. You know, I said, you can rest in peace. So up she went, turned away, and I said, "You forgot your scarf." And she picked a green scarf up, put it back on her head and went. Never seen her again since.
Jean's strange encounter with her dead mother-in-law, for all its extraordinary and eerie qualities, is a remarkably common experience. It's clear from the research records that many thousands of people, in different cultures, different parts of the world, have had something similar happen to them. They appear to happen most frequently between members of a family, or people who have a profound emotional connection with the dead person. And they're remembered with immense clarity. The time, the place, the details of dress and movement, and so on. In paranormal circles, they're described as crisis ghosts.
One of the interesting aspects of apparitions is the close relationship between the appearance of many apparitions and the fact that the person whose apparition appears was going through a crisis, either in fact in danger of death or actually dying. And the first set of collections of these was the 1895 one of the Society for Psychic Research. And we're not talking about a set of anecdotes, we're talking about cases that were exhaustively researched, obituaries looked up, people in witnesses interviewed, newspapers looked at, tombstones, the lot.
Perhaps the single most extraordinary thing about these crisis ghosts is their profound realism. They appear to be so true to life in terms of dress and mannerisms and characteristics and the expression of the living personality, so real and solid in fact that those who encounter them immediately respond to them in living terms. They engage them in conversation and so on, right up until the moment that the apparition is revealed for what it is, because it disappears or moves off through a wall.
And usually you find that if there is more than one person present, then in a third of the cases, all of them see the apparition. It looks solid, it looks real, it may act out a very reasonable scenario so that they will, for example, see the door open and Uncle George comes in and they're surprised because the last they heard Uncle George was in Australia and they're in London, and they'll say, "George, how did you manage to get here so quickly?" And he'll smile. On occasion you might get a word or two, and then, only then, he will do something that a human being couldn't do, like disappear or walk through the walls, and then they begin to get scared. And then, sooner or later, word comes that at that moment Uncle George was drowning off the Great Barrier Reef or something like that. Sadly, because of the two world wars, there have been many, many cases like that of a person being shot down on their plane at a time when the family thinks they see him as large as life, sometimes in uniform, sometimes in mufti, walking up the garden path. "Oh, John has got unexpected leave. Oh, how wonderful." And they go to the door, they open the door, he's not there, and then they begin to wonder. It's very, very common.
A pilot coming up the garden path long after his death. A story very similar to that occurred not tens of years ago, but as recently as last October, to an airline pilot indeed, as he crossed the foyer of a large modern airport used daily by thousands of travellers. He bumped into a colleague. He still finds it difficult to describe the profound emotional shock of learning that the colleague, with whom he chatted for some time, had in fact died in a very sudden and unexpected way some time previously.
On the way, I slightly deviated from my route instead of going to the bus, and as I deviated, I saw this friend of mine in the door come into the airport. I stopped, turned round, he came straight across to talk to me. I put my bags down, spoke to him fairly briefly. "What are you doing, you old bugger?" or that sort of phrase. Now, this is a guy I've known for 8 or 9 years. We've both flown the routes to the Western Isles, up and down. We meet in the hotel, etc., etc. We had a few words. I noted one or two things about him. I went to shake hands. He didn't respond, which seemed a bit odd. Puzzled me a bit. He was very thin, he'd lost a lot of weight. Anyway, all of a sudden he said, I've got to go, and I said, fair enough, picked my bags up and legged it for the door to get the bus to the hotel. The following day, I went into town, did a bit of shopping, and went to see a friend of mine in the pub where we normally meet, and he bought me a drink and said, hello, how you doing, and what's going on, and not a lot, and all the usual rubbish you talk about. And he said, just a minute. And he went round the corner to the paper rack, picked up the Scotsman from the paper rack, and came straight back to me, put it on the bar in front of me, saying, you must know this man. You flew together. You were in the same airline. And to my absolute astonishment, I was stunned, was the obituary of this friend of mine I'd spoken to the day before. And I just couldn't believe it. It wasn't possible. It was not possible.
The captain's case is a typical post-mortem apparition with overtones of unfinished business. There is no doubt about it. We've investigated the case, we've talked to witnesses, and what is important, and is another aspect of this, is that it has made a tremendous difference in the attitude to life of the witness, the captain. Apart from that, there is also seemingly almost the indication that something to do with the man who died incidentally after some short illness and unexpectedly, was trying to make his presence, his continued presence or existence, still felt. And this is absolutely typical.
Now, you can think what you like. If I'm a nut, then you can call me a nut, but I can assure you, as an ex-naval officer, fighter pilot, commercial pilot, I am not, what's the word? I don't make up these silly stories.
That encounter has profoundly changed Bob's attitude to life and indeed to death. He has no doubts whatsoever that he met and chatted to his dead colleague. And that view underlines the powerful scientific relevance of these so-called crisis ghosts. They occur so frequently, and they are so verifiable in the sense that the dates of the death and the encounter can be clearly established. They pose a major challenge to scientific thinking. What is happening? What happens after death if, as seems clear, some aspect, some dimension of the dead person is able to re-establish contact with the living?
There are so many cases that we have to accept that a fraction of people, when they are dying or in danger of dying, somehow contrive that their apparition appears as large as life.
Crisis ghosts are one of the most widespread of paranormal experiences. These appearances of people just before or just after their death to a loved one or to a relative. In Asian cultures, they are very readily accepted as a fact of life, so to speak. In the West, grounded as we are so firmly in centuries of scientific rationalism, they are regarded with the utmost skepticism. People who experience them are embarrassed to talk about them. Scientifically, they scarcely appear above the horizon. There are very few theories that attempt to explain what is happening.
There is a part of the human being that can operate out with time and space. And by that I mean that human beings are not separated one from another as clearly as they seem to be. We have our bodies. We have our personal consciousnesses. We have our personal subconsciousnesses. But I go along with Jung, for example, who said that the deeper he went into a person's psyche, the closer he came to a level where it couldn't be said to belong to that one person alone. And the analogy that one can use is that above the surface of the ocean, the islands are separate. And below the surface of the ocean, the islands are separate. But go deep enough, and you come to a level where all the islands join on the bedrock of the ocean.
If it is possible to generalize in this shadowy area, it seems that the contact is made with a particularly sensitive person, and at times when their minds are in the most relaxed and receptive state. That often occurs in and around the margins of sleep. It leads to a state that is known as lucid dreaming.
And in the dream, I actually saw my father in his coffin, and he was in a funeral parlor in this dream. And I remember going into this funeral parlor with my brother and sister in the dream, and looking. My father's coffin was on like a wooden Charlie horse, you know, the horses, the wooden horse, because it was a brand new funeral parlor. And in the dream, he looked about 2 or 3 stone lighter than I'd remembered him, and his hair had turned snow white, and he was in his coffin. And I remember asking the gentleman who owned the funeral parlor why his eyes weren't closed completely, because you could see part of the blue of his eyes. And they said that he had been in so much pain before he died that they'd teared, and they couldn't close them properly. I also remember in this dream opening my bag and taking out a blue rosary beads and putting them on my father's hands, because my father had been Catholic. Now, I had never put those rosary beads into my bag. The next day, when I woke up the next morning, I got a telegram to say my father had died. When I came back to Britain for his funeral, everything happened as it had in that dream, to the extent that my ex-mother-in-law had actually put that rosary into my bag. And the rosary was a pale blue rosary, and that was the same as the rosary in the dream. And it was exactly as my dream.
Very often in the lucid or very vivid dream that makes such an impression on the person that he remembers it when he wakens up, he will see someone, he will be in contact with that person will talk to them, that person will be anxious, that person might have died even months or years before, or may have died without the person knowing it. And that person will be trying to get information across, unfinished business. And when the person wakens up, they remember the dream. They then perhaps, in a number of cases, actually carry out the plea of the person in the dream, and subsequently find out that the information given in the dream, and which may not be in the minds of any living person, is correct and leads to unfinished business being finished.
Well, when I was about 15 years of age, I was up in London, and I was modeling at that time. And I'd been doing a lot of photographic work in the morning for a photographer, and I went back to the hotel to take a rest before the afternoon shoot. And I fell asleep, and I had a really unusual type of sleep. It was as if I was awake, but yet I was asleep. And I saw my grandmother, and I saw her she was coming from the back of a field towards me. And as she came towards me, she started to turn. And as she turned, she grew younger, till she was about 30 years of age. And she said to me in this dream state that I was in, she said, "Patricia, I'm all right. I want you to know that I'm all right. Everything is fine, and that I love you. And I want you to go to my house and look in a certain drawer. There's a key hanging," and she told me where this key was hanging to open this drawer. "And you'll find that I've left something for you." And she said, "I want you to write my book, write my story. It'll be a real success." Now, her name was Maggie. And when I woke up in that room, in the hotel room, the room was just filled with her fragrance. And I knew that she'd passed on. I called my father on the phone, and he said my mother had gone back to Ireland to bury her. And I called Mommy in Ireland and told her to go and get this key, and it was where she'd said in the dream. And she went to this little dresser, and she pulled an envelope, a big envelope out with my name on it. And in it was quite a lot of details about the book that she wanted me to write, and a picture of her mother.
Many of these stories involve actual appearances of people who have died, but there are many more that involve the passing of a message of some sort. The voice is clearly recognized, the sound is quite clear, and the message is remembered in all its detail. This is the sad story of Teddy, close friend of Jane and Sheldon.
I came back from holiday and we were totally exhausted because we'd been up for 24 hours, and I came in the house, went straight to bed. About half an hour later, I sat bolt upright in bed, you know, it's like this, and went straight. There was no thought in my head at all. I went right downstairs and I said, Sheldon, you have to go and get Teddy. There is something wrong. You must go now, immediately. And he got up and he went.
So I went over to Teddy's, and immediately I saw Teddy. He wasn't doing very well, and I said, enough of this nonsense. You're going to the hospital. Now, Teddy didn't have a phone, so there was no way of calling an ambulance. So I helped him down the stairs, and he actually lay down on the back seat. And I got in the car and started to drive off, and I tried to drive as fast as I could. At one point along the journey, I turned around and I saw Teddy look up to me, and I saw his eyes roll. His eyes roll into the top, and at that moment I was terribly frightened that Teddy had died.
I could hear all this sort of commotion outside, and it was a commotion. There was car noise, and I could hear Teddy saying, Sheldon, Sheldon, you've got to let me out of the car, let me out of the car, I've got to get out, you've got to stop. And I got up, with hearing this, this whole commotion. Went down to Lenny, because I wasn't dressed or anything. Lenny, please go and help Teddy.
I was watching TV at the time, and my mum came in and said, help Teddy get out of the car, because she could hear him outside. I went outside to check if he was there, and there was no one there. I couldn't see the car, I couldn't see my dad, and I couldn't see Teddy. I looked around, I went round the corner, and there was no one there. So I came back inside and I told my mum, and she said she could definitely hear voices, and she could definitely hear Teddy's voice in particular. And she said he needed help, and I told her that I thought she was crazy, basically, because I couldn't hear a thing.
And I knew then, that something, that Teddy must have died or something had happened, and I sort of went back to bed and just waiting for a call. It's just, like, when you know something like that's happened, it's just sort of everything goes still, and it's just waiting to hear the news.
I sped as fast as I could. Ultimately, I got to the emergency in the hospital, and I rushed out of the car through the doors. I ultimately found the nurse. The whole hospital team came running out to grab Teddy, and they took him into the hospital, and I heard all sorts of electronic things going on. And then I was asked to wait in the waiting room. And I was about to make a phone call when a nurse came over to me, and she said, don't use that phone. You'd be more comfortable using this private phone in this room over here. Well, so I did that, and I telephoned Jane, and I said, I think Teddy's dead. And Jane said, I know.
When these things happen, you're there with the feeling. You don't start analysing what is it or what does it mean or anything. It's just you're in the feeling. You're in that experience at that moment of time. I think afterwards, when Sheldon, I got the phone call and he was dead, there was a feeling of terrible shock, because it was quite, it was actually, because you can't really explain this to other people because they think you're a bit weird.
The fact of crisis ghosts would seem to present science with a profound challenge. They are so widespread they can't simply be brushed aside as aberrations of a few misguided individuals. The manifestations or apparitions are described with such clarity and detail, and they have such realism, that they do raise fundamental questions about the nature of death and dissolution. Is there a part of the human being that survives his worldly death? Is there a need, as some scientists would put it, for a whole new science, a science of the mind?
Ghosts which appear to people who have just recently been bereaved, or possibly to other members of the family when they're dying, I'd explain in two ways. Firstly, I'll take a normal scientific explanation. If you look at people who are recently bereaved, most of them have visions of the bereaved person. It's a common function of death. But that doesn't account for everything. in the way of crisis apparitions, because sometimes people know nothing about it, don't expect it, and an apparition occurs. I think you have to argue that there may be emotional links, and there's certainly scientific evidence to suggest that emotional states in one brain may be transmitted across distance to another brain where they can be measured. And that would be the sort of basis on which one would then explain crisis apparitions.
I have to say that over the last 100 years, there has been collected a vast amount of evidence in all sorts of aspects of psychical research, which, to anyone open-minded, I would feel, makes it imperative to believe that a human being is not just the big animal that grew the big brain, that there are facets of a human being that can operate outside time and space, and perhaps mortality. The evidence is such that many psychical researchers would say that the question, shall I survive death, is one that can be seriously contemplated by an intelligent person. And as for myself, I would say that if, when I die, I find that I have ceased to exist, I will be very much surprised.
Voodoo. It's a strange and powerful word that conjures up all kinds of contrasting images, from melodramatic scenes in Hollywood B-movies to the terror of alien possession. Various forms of voodoo have existed for hundreds of years in the subculture of the West Indies. But the fact is that the practice of voodoo today is stronger than ever, not only in its native Haiti and around the Caribbean and the American Deep South, but wherever Caribbean populations have emigrated, even in London.
Voodoo is African witchcraft. It's practiced in every society. They have different names for it. Some call it obia, some call it jumbi, some people just call it black magic. What it does is it can protect people, it can cause harm, and it's a mixture of Christianity and rituals, all descended from Africa. The Bible is used strongly in voodoo.
At its most benign, voodoo is a kind of religion, steeped in mysticism, with a strong belief in the separation between body and spirit. Living spirits, it's believed, can vacate one body and enter another. But even the spirits of the dead can enter into living bodies.
Well, the voodoo leaders and priestesses and shepherds, they do believe that your spirit wander from your body many a times. And actually, 12 midday is the time when I think your body is at its most vulnerable, because then it don't cast a shudder, which means the spirit has left the body and the body is empty. So the wrong spirit could come back in your body. Yours might be wandering around, and when it comes back, there's no space for it, because that space has been filled by a spirit that does not belong to your body.
But voodoo has a far more sinister side. Practitioners claim to be able to harness the spirits of the dead and direct them at unfortunate victims, and so create a kind of spiritual weapon, which can cause real mental and physical harm, even over great distances.
These spirits can do real harm. They can do serious damage. It can cause mental illness. They can cause physical deformity that you'd never imagine. You have to have death. You have to have spirit of the dead, whether good spirits or bad spirits. Bad spirits we get from people who have died untimely death, people who lived horrible lives. They are the ones whose spirit you could call upon to actually inflict hurt. You can call upon that spirit to inflict any good on anybody, because that spirit died miserable.
This extraordinary story of voodoo possession takes place in no more exotic a place than North London, in a very ordinary suburban house. It concerns Gay. She believes that a voodoo attack, aimed at her from faraway Mississippi, has invaded her house and is taking over her life. Gay claims that nameless entities have appeared throughout her house. They've actually attacked her physically.
I've had different kind of things that are here, and these are like animals. I mean, these are from hell itself. I can't even walk out my house and have a break to get away from them. These actually follow me out my room, out of my house to wherever I'm going. And as I'm walking up the street, they're pulling at my jacket. They're kicking stones or something at my legs.
Her husband, John, has also experienced a range of terrifying paranormal events.
I've seen figurines that I know are solid objects move. I've seen smoke coming from places where there's no fire and there's no opening. I've seen shapes that look like people when there's obviously nobody there.
Gay and John were married while John was serving in the American Air Force and stationed in Britain. When John left the forces, they set up house in London. Ultimately, marital problems led John to return to his native Mississippi for a while, and there he entered into a romantic relationship with a former girlfriend.
Well, I more or less met somebody that I knew back in school years ago. And it seemed to be starting out as a casual friendship. But as I've learned, there was nothing casual about it.
An old school sweetheart, or supposed to have been. But in fact she was into voodoo and a lot of herbal things that they used to control people down in Mississippi.
It seems to be a part of the underground culture of Mississippi. You hear about different people spoken in whispers because they say it's not a good idea to speak their name out loud, and the different things that they tend to do to people around them. If they don't like you, they either get rid of you one way or another.
John admits that while he was in Mississippi, he personally took part in voodoo ceremonies. When he returned to London and to Gay, the troubles began.
The woman in Mississippi is to blame for everything.
Seems like the essence of her plan was to, might as well say, get even with me for, as she sees it, things I've done to her, wrongdoings that I've done to her. And the easiest way to do that was start with whatever was closest to me. And Gay and Cherise were the closest things to me, so the easiest way to get to me was to go after them. I'm not sure how they could transmit that kind of power over this distance, but it's being done. I wish I had the knowledge to understand how they do it. Then I'd stand a better chance of being able to affect stopping it.
The voodoo tradition suggests that voodoo attacks can be transmitted in a number of ways, often working through some object or some item of clothing belonging to the victim.
A curse can be placed on someone by taking bits of their clothing, their fingernails, hair, or stuff like that. And with clothing, it can't be anything new. It must be something that the person has worn, and it's perspiration. They don't even have to wear it again. All they have to do is take that to the obeah man or the voodoo man. Whatever is going to be put in it, whether it's oil or powder or stuff like that. They take that there and it's placed in it. It can be given to you through food, through stuff thrown around your house. or even if the person don't have anything for you, by just getting to know the person by looking, you can actually have something done to them. You don't have to take anything of the person.
There are some people I have heard rumors of who are practically vegetables because they really have no mind anymore. They've been affected so much by what's been done to them.
Voodoo ceremonies frequently involve groups of people banding together to combine their psychic powers. It raises profound questions about the nature of evil.
It is alarming when one hears that a band of people can cause an attack like this at a distance. But let's look at it at two levels. We know very well that people can band together and cause the most terrible things to happen. We've witnessed it recently in Rwanda, and we've witnessed it in Bosnia. I mean, here we have groups of soldiers killing their neighbours, raping them and so on. Now, it's in our nature that we can group together and behave very basely, and when we gather together we're apt to strengthen the intention to be base. And if we then translate that into the context of the psychic, spiritual level, or more the psychic than the spiritual, if we translate it into that context, with the greater freedom over distance that can offer, it becomes much more understandable. It's only human nature behaving like human nature, but with more power at its elbow.
It seems totally incredible that voodoo or witchcraft practices carried out in faraway Mississippi can be felt here in London. How could that be possible?
The theory we use nowadays suggests that sometimes one bit of matter may influence another bit of matter at a distance, and some experiments carried out in France suggest that this really does happen. They had in one part of the laboratory they had something which was being switched at high speed, and there was a corresponding effect across the other side of the room, and that effect was found so rapidly that even a signal travelling at the speed of light would not have been able to get from one end of the room to the other in time to have an influence. So science does at any rate have some strange things connected with distant influence.
The most interesting piece of research that really makes my hair stand up, there are two studies. The first is the one from America, which shows that mind can directly influence matter, the way balls fall. Amazing. The second one is some studies from Mexico that shows that one brain, if it's in empathic contact with another brain, can alter that brain's activity directly. Now, if that's true, then mind can act at a distance. Amazing studies.
We know from many experiments that telepathy works over long distances and just as effectively from one continent to another as from one room to another. This has been shown by various people. Dr. J.B. Ryan, for example, did a lot of work on this.
According to both Gay and John, undoubtedly the most fearful and terrifying aspect of this case is that the evil powers in Mississippi have even attempted, and Gay claims succeeded, in attacking gays sexually.
As to whether or not this presence could rape her, yes, because the physical effects that I've seen, like when she has cuts on her legs that seem to just come from nowhere, or she has a bruise that just shows up mysteriously. She hasn't banged herself anywhere, but a bruise comes up for nothing. It's like if they can affect her physically like that, of course they could rape her.
In my experience, sexual assaults are often associated with severe hauntings and with the sort of attack that we've been associated with in this program. And these sexual assaults can take various forms. In the less severe cases, there is the presence of sexual interference, for example, during the early stages of going to sleep or waking up. And a worrying thing for someone like me trying to deal with some of these cases is that the person that's affected by such attack is sometimes unwilling to let it go because of this. They have found some perverse satisfaction.
Them raping her makes you want to go out and do something physically to them. It's like it makes you wish you had them right to hand where you could deal with them there. Not in this form where you can see them move but you can't touch them.
Voodoo curses, uttered in faraway Mississippi, and having an effect on a woman in suburban North London, it seems impossible to believe. But Gay's own accounts of her ordeal, even when they're related sometime after the event, are very disturbing. She claims that she has been psychically raped.
Well, when I was raped in Suffolk, it was like I was sitting on the bed, and it was like somebody pinched my backside and made me jump. And I started getting cramps in my stomach. And I had to sit down. And then I just felt this thing inside of me. And the pain was excruciating. And I just went berserk. Because I knew what was happening, but I didn't know how to stop it. And I was running around banging my back into the wall, thinking I might get it off. And I pleading with it to stop it. It was really, really hurting. And it felt like it was going to come through my stomach.
Because of the strangeness of the circumstances, a question about the state of Gay's mind cannot be avoided. Has she suffered a series of psychic attacks, or is the problem linked to her own anxieties, her own fantasies?
When I get a case of this sort, in order to judge the validity of it, I take into account the personality of the person as far as I'm able to assess it, first of all over the telephone, or maybe on first acquaintance. I also take into account the type of phenomena that they describe. I mean, by now I've a fairly good idea of what characterizes a real event and what characterizes something which is psychotic. And I judged from my talk with her that this was genuine.
Yeah. When I first had all this trouble, and I was raped, I went to see a doctor in Suffolk, my doctor in Suffolk, and I told him what had happened. And he, of course, wanted me to see a psychiatrist, and I was all for it. I would have loved nothing more than to be told I was mad, because I didn't understand. So I saw this psychiatrist that was there for that day. And the first thing he asked me was, what did I hear voices? Was I hearing voices? And I just went crazy, because if I heard voices, I could ask them, you know, and I'd hear a reply, what's going on. And after everything cooled down, I told him everything that had happened with the psychiatrist, and he was from Addenbrooke's in Cambridge. And he turned around and he told me that he was going back to tell my doctor in the next room that I needed no medication. And as far as he was concerned, I was saner than he was. And that he was only sorry that he didn't know anybody that he could put me in contact with.
In some considerable desperation, Gay and John eventually sought help. They called in Eddie Burks, one of this country's leading psychic mediums. Despite the power of John and Gay's story, Eddie Burks found no alien presence in the house.
Have you an upright chair, like a kitchen chair? Have you got an upright chair I could use? Mm. So you've not been too troubled today? Mm.
I've been... there's been things around me, but
yes,
not this.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. No. When I met her, this confirmed my feeling that this was genuine. And so therefore I was rather pleased that I'd been called in to help. Has it been quiet all day? There really is no influence in this place at all at the moment, as far as I can see. It's just gone. It's kept out of the way. That's
the feeling I got as well.
It's kept out of the way. I would normally expect to go into a house like that and get some sense of the psychic ambience of the place. But when I went in, it was as though it had been cleaned out. It was clear. And I thought about this and came to the conclusion that the unpleasant psychic phenomena, the entities concerned, had withdrawn completely, because they would quite clearly have anticipated my coming. They would have known all about it. It was talked about, it was mentally projected and so on. They got out of the way. Can you feel the presence that's in this room now? It's different, isn't it, to the dark presence? The intention is to flood this place with light. Not the sort of light we can see with the ordinary vision, but the bright light of the angelic presence that's here, which has a great power of cleansing. It has an astringent quality, and will make this place untenable by the forces of darkness. I'd like to just, can you join hands and I'll as a threesome. This will help to protect you as well. I do all this in the name of God, in the name of Jesus. I would like to seal off this visit with the Lord's Prayer, which you can join me in this if you wish. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The individual left on their own and not having access to this sort of help is best advised to use prayer, to go back to whatever religious belief they have, if they have one. Most people have from their young days, and use that as the platform from which they begin to build up a defense. Religious traditions have a power of their own. Whatever they come from, they have a power of their own. And in a sense, what the religious tradition does is offer a power in the same region of the non-material that the attack is coming from.
There are many ways in which you can protect yourself. There's the cross, the Bible, certain scriptures from the Bible you can use. There are rings and chains, charms, colors, and actual lines and sayings that you will actually get only from a voodoo priestess. Only you can get that from to protect yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye, John. God bless you. Bye-bye. God bless you. Thank you.
I feel, well, I'll just say different. The heat that seemed to just come on all of a sudden, I can still feel it all over me. It's almost like there's energy or something rippling up and down my back. And my mood feels a bit lighter.
They weren't challenged. And they knew Eddie was coming. So that's why he probably didn't pick anything up, except it had been here.
but they would have been destroyed if they'd been here when Eddie, when Eddie came. So maybe that's the last of them here, at least.
For a while after Eddie's visit, the house remained calm and quiet. But since then, Gay says, the alien spirits have returned to haunt her. Tony Cornell is a dedicated and committed psychic investigator, a ghost hunter. He is one of several hundred such people in this country who spend a great deal of their time researching into the details of psychic events. They come from all walks of life and many of the professions. There are historians and doctors, scientists and lawyers. They are searching in a sense for the Holy Grail, the paranormal event that will prove beyond doubt the reality of another existence. On the way, they investigate all kinds of events in all kinds of situations to lift the veil, however briefly, on that other world. For Tony Cornell, one of his most fascinating stories is the ghost at the Bell Inn. It involves Colin and his wife on their honeymoon.
I never did believe in ghosts whatsoever. I had no interest, no thought about them whatsoever. But I definitely do now. There's no two ways in my mind.
It seemed to start with that he got just about everything that you'd have in a case, and that seemed, in a way, exceptional. And the case is fascinating from the point of view that there's 37 different events occurring over those 3 days they were there to two people who didn't believe in ghosts, who'd never had any experience like this before. But the more I looked at it, the more I heard his account, there's no doubt whatever that he had had a very genuine experience.
This is the actual room in the Bell Hotel at Thetford, where myself and my previous wife spent our honeymoon. The bed in the corner is the actual bed that I slept in when most of the occurrences took place over the 3 days that we were here. We arrived on a Friday evening, came up to the room, and there was a cold spot outside the door. As I unlocked the door and went to open it, I felt as if something pushed against the door from the other side. Didn't really take much notice of it, just thought perhaps, oh, it's an old door, what have you. Came into the room, got changed, went down for dinner, came back up, same thing again. Cold spot outside the door, door hard to open. Came in, went to bed. We both heard footsteps outside the door, in the corridor, going up and down, up and down. Then they were inside the room, as if somebody was sort of pacing across the floor. There was a glow appeared in the corner of the mural, which we both saw. And I sort of just dropped off to sleep. I even thought perhaps it was a reflection from something. Round about 3 to 4 in the morning, I woke up and a young girl stood in the middle of the room. For a start, I thought it was somebody who shouldn't have been in the room, or a maid or whatever. She walked across the room and vanished near the window. She was not transparent, as if the ghost in a storybook where they come in and you can see the fireplace behind them. She was solid, so real and so lifelike that you actually mistook her for a real person.
The Bell Inn goes back a long way, around 300 years, and it's linked with all kinds of stories. Both guests and staff have had many unexplained experiences here. But undoubtedly, one of the most persistent stories concerns the ghostly woman in room number 10. In fact, she's known to the staff as Betty.
I've seen something in both rooms 8 and room 6, and both times the experiences were very similar. I'd be in there making the bed, and I'd suddenly have this weird feeling that somebody was watching me, and I would turn round and there would be nobody there, but there was this, it was like a white haze. It wasn't menacing or frightening or anything, it was just there, and it just sort of floated past me and went through the wall. And that happened in both those rooms. My first experience of seeing the ghost in room 10 was when I was in there making the bed with one of the other girls, and we were having a bit of a laugh and joke, and we asked Betty if she'd been a good girl and whether she'd let our guests get a good night's sleep. And with that, we had the room went terribly cold, and we had this funny sensation of getting goosebumps all over. It was just like every hair on our body stood on end. We sort of both looked at each other and both ran out of the room.
On the second night of the honeymoon, the ghost of the young girl came again.
The apparition actually appeared in front of the settee. She walked from there across a straight path and disappeared just before she reached the small chest of drawers that is in front of the window, which overlooks the churchyard. It was as if she was looking out of the window towards, in that direction. She was 12 to 13 years of age, fair hair, long white gown, garland around her head, puffed out sleeves. She was almost self-illuminating. Even though it was dark in the room, you could see her clearly. That morning I was taken downstairs by the manager. I think it was the assistant manager. And he showed me a portrait which hangs downstairs. And I was slightly taken aback. The actual portrait, from the nose upwards, was an older version of the girl's face who was actually in the room the previous night.
Betty is Betty Radcliffe. She was the wife of an owner of the Bell Inn and eventually inherited the inn herself. She died in 1829. There is a legend of a tragic affair with one of the servants of the inn that led to her death. But Tony Cornell is loath to accept a story for which he can find no historical verification.
Many of the stories that we do investigate have suffered from embellishment and adding and whatnot. It seems in some ways, I think, that we humans like a mystery. And having found a good mystery, we can't leave it alone, we add to it. But I don't think that applies in the case that we're dealing with at the moment.
On the third night, Colin did his best to keep awake. He wasn't frightened, but he was deeply intrigued by what was going on.
I lay on the bed the other way around to how you normally would. I'd got my head on my hands watching the television, and I heard a tapping noise. It was as if the noise that a radiator makes when it's got an airlock, like a constant tap. I looked across to the wardrobe, and the actual handle was moving up and down on its own. It was actually tapping against the wardrobe. I then looked back to the television, and the television picture was flickering. I thought for a minute perhaps it was just interference, something like that, and then I looked down behind at an angle, and you could actually see the wire, the actual aerial lead, being moved in a whipping fashion, as if somebody got hold of the end and whipped. My ex-wife was not too happy at this point. She was getting rather worried about the whole thing. On previous nights, I'd slept on the right-hand side of the bed, nearest the wall. This last night, I slept on the left-hand side of the bed, and the lamp was left on. Again, during the night, there was the running up and down the hall. There was the footsteps inside the room, and the glowing light seemed this time to appear on the other side of the mirror. During the night, the footsteps again in the room, and it was just about daylight. It was getting daylight, and I was laying asleep in bed. I woke up, and the girl was sitting on the edge of the bed, literally at my feet. But she wasn't looking away, she was actually looking at me. She slowly got up, and all the time she was looking at me, and she went around the bed. So she kept her focus on me as she got up, went round the bed, and she walked slowly towards the window. And it was actually a physical feeling, because the bed lifted. As she got off the bed, you could feel the mattress rise. She actually turned, walked towards the window, and disappeared again.
The professional ghost hunters see their main role as being to dig out the truth about a story, to separate fact from imagination, legend from historical accuracy. What, for example, is there in the historical record to establish some kind of verification? How reliable are the witnesses?
My view and my attitude is that I think it's one of the most important cases that we've had from the point of view of truth and actual phenomena for quite a number of years. Because the fact that we got into the investigation so early, the questions I put to Colin, they all tie up, it all comes up as truth. He doesn't slip anywhere. And particularly as he's a man who knew nothing about it, neither did his wife, weren't interested in the subject, thought it was all junk. What they come out with are the genuine facts that you find in a real, live, dead, if you like, ghost story.
What do you do if you have a ghostly experience? It's not an easy question to answer. You may believe it will never confront you. But from our researches up and down the country, it's a question that many more people than you would expect are faced with. And people react in very different ways. Some, for example, just refuse to talk about it. Some turn to their doctor, others to a priest. But eventually, many of them end up talking to a professional ghost hunter. That was the case with our second story, which comes from Paisley in Scotland. A series of unexplained events in, of all places, the art department of the local college.
That was in early February, an afternoon, somewhere between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, when I had been working down here in the pottery. I'd been throwing and dressing a big pot on the wheel, and my workshop steward, Peter, was with me. Now, to enable us to have peace to work on this, because it was quite a delicate job, and being a quiet afternoon, we locked the outer doors, and the classroom door in the glazing room was also locked, so that everything was absolutely locked fast. I had just finished a particularly delicate section of the pot when, much to our surprise, we heard the door open. First we heard the key turn in the lock, and then the door opened and shut. And then the sound of a heavy foot on the stone step. This then changed onto the sound of the heavy feet walking on the wooden floor. Heavy treads, somewhere about 10 in all. Not forgetting, actually, that the room had been locked, I said to Peter, check, see what that is. And he looked, and as soon as he looked, the footsteps stopped. We looked at each other, we were quite surprised at this. Checked, the door was locked. Everything was as it was. No one in the building at all. So back to the pot and continued working on it. And within less than half an hour, this happened another twice. Exactly the same thing. Door opening, shutting. Heavy feet on the stone step, changing to the muffled echo of the feet on the wooden planks. And stopped again just instantly when we looked round the door to see what was what. No one was there, doors were all locked, no one in the building at all.
About 6:15, we were going to have a cup of tea. The doors were all locked. We had done our work. There was nobody in the building, and we locked the doors because we were isolated here. So went into the staff room, which is here. I was sitting facing the door, Betty was to the side. And we heard this door opening from down the bottom end, the footsteps coming up and coming up. And as they got up to the door, I just let out a scream, jumped in Betty's lap.
So I went to the door and opened it, the staff room door, and I come out and I shouted, "Anybody there?" There were no answer, so I looked in that room next, and then the other room. I just come back up, I said to Phyllis, "There's nobody there." She goes, "What was it then? Who was it?" I said, "I don't know." She went, "Come on."
We never heard any footsteps going away. You know, they just stopped at the door, and that was it.
There's nobody there, so we just went away, got our coats and ran out.
Footsteps, voices, whisperings behind the door. The unexplained events became more numerous. But on one notable occasion, there was a clear demonstration of immense strength. Alan came into his studio to find not only that it had been completely rearranged, but that 3 heavy pots, each weighing 200 or 300 weight, had been lifted up onto the bench. An extreme example of what ghost hunters call an apport.
One of the strangest incidents was concerned with the moving of glazed bins. Now, these bins are full of actual glaze, which is to be put on to actual bisque fire pots. Now, one would normally lay all the pots out ready for firing prior to glaze. And this particular morning, all the pots had been moved. They'd been moved from their normal storage areas, which were in some cases locked in cupboards elsewhere in the building, and had been systematically laid out on the tables using the same procedure as I would normally have used prior to glazing. The only difference was that these big glaze bins were up on the actual tables. Now, it took 3 of us to lift these back down again, such as the weight. Now, not a drop of glaze had been spilt. No pots had been glazed, but the whole place was laid out just ready for glazing to begin. Now, I couldn't explain this.
Most of the happenings in the studio were known to only 1 or 2 people. But late one evening, there was an event that involved a whole class of students.
We had 14, 15 people in the pottery working all evening, and the temperature was very high, somewhere in the 70s or 80s. On finishing, we locked the door and I went for my jacket. One of the students ran down the corridor and said, "You've locked someone in." I said, "It can't be. It's a Yale lock. People don't, you can open it from the inside." And the door was vibrating violently. Again and again and again. I took the key and opened the door, somewhat with trepidation, shall we say. And I was met by a rush of icy cold air. The temperature in the actual room, in the pottery, was freezing. It was like walking into a winter's night. Now, this had all happened within 5 minutes, 10 minutes. All the doors were shut and the place was all securely locked.
Eventually, the story reached the ears of a local paranormal investigator, Trish Robertson.
It's undoubtable that in this particular college the sound phenomena is absolutely amazing. I mean, many witnesses have witnessed the footsteps coming along stone stairs, going onto wooden floors, onto stone stairs again, and just nobody there. Absolutely amazing, and it's been witnessed by so many people that it's undoubtedly happened. The feeling of people being behind people, someone behind you, look behind you all the time, is always there with a lot of people. They cannot put their finger on that. One of the cleaners had whispering in a supposedly locked room to discover no one there again. That these things, once again, are not uncommon. Now, in this particular college, we cannot get to the bottom of why this should be so. We don't have enough history of the place at the moment to find out just what's going on.
Professional paranormal investigators, notably the Society for Psychical Research, have been around for well over 100 years. They have amassed a quite remarkable archive. It includes every conceivable kind of paranormal and psychic event, eyewitness accounts, historical researches and so on. It is a quite extraordinary record. When they're called into a case, they can rarely, if ever, offer an explanation. What they can do is offer some kind of reassurance by putting the events in their context, placing them in the paranormal world. But they have not achieved that for which they were established in the first place, namely scientific proof of the paranormal. Is it likely that it will ever be achieved?
I'm inclined to think that over the years it's become a too difficult subject to explain for science. But I'm also inclined to think that perhaps a scientist might produce in time a little bit of the jigsaw puzzle that we're trying to fit together, and that'll help us answer all the many questions that we still have. We don't know really what we're dealing with. We know that these things happen. There's no doubt whatever that there are such things as poltergeists, there are such things as ghosts. Too many sane and sensible people I've met, at any rate, have seen these things and experienced things. And I myself, I hope I've got my feet on the ground. I've seen 7 very violent poltergeist cases. Now, if these things are happening, science has got to come up with an answer.
I think personally that there's great danger in imagining that we're always progressing. Sometimes we can learn more if we look back across the centuries and find what people were saying or doing then than looking forward into the future. And also by looking at other cultures and seeing how they react, we can learn more than by looking at our own culture. My own hope would be that science would be able to understand this, and my own prediction would be that, in fact, we would see that mind and brain are not the same, and that the non-locality theory, which is now achieving quite a lot of attention among scientists, and that is that the mind is separate from brain but is normally operating through it, that this would perhaps be established within science, and that we would find that it is indeed direct contact between mind and mind that allows for these phenomena like telepathy to actually happen.
The whole body of the psychic phenomenon is an indication that there are, to quote one of the communicators, there are seas to be explored, and we've only been on the shore of that ocean, and the whole sea of truth is before us, and we deny it, we ignore it at our peril, because, quite frankly, unless we understand human personality and what it is all about, we're going to go into the 21st century, and this human situation is going to be immeasurably worse than it is today. But if we can understand human personality and the drives that come to it and what makes it tick, then hopefully the 21st century will be immeasurably better.
Close to the centre of the ancient fishing port of Plymouth lies the old church of Stoke Damerel. It stands on the crest of a hill overlooking a narrow valley, and it dates back several hundred years. It lies at the centre of a remarkable story that links the distant past with the immediate present. The story we tell is of an old fisherman who was attacked and robbed close to this church way back in the middle of the 18th century, and how that event has touched the lives of people here and now in the 1990s.
Mirror first. Good. Think about your gears before the bend, and you've got both hands free.
The story revolves around two key figures. One of them is John, a driving instructor. Mid-30s, divorced with 3 children, he now lives on his own. He had no experience of or interest in the paranormal until he was swept up in a stream of events that started last April. Peter is quite different. He is an extraordinary and mysterious figure. He claims not only to be able to communicate with the dead, but to be able to gain from them remarkable insights into the past and even into the future. The story that unfolded tested those claims to the very limit, and we have to say, in no way disproved them. John lives in Molesworth Road, an ordinary street in Plymouth, a row of typical Victorian houses, just down the road from Stoke Damerel Church. Back in the 18th century, this area was open scrubland. Molesworth Road was just a stony track. It seems that traders and carriers, with their cartloads of fish from the harbour, would take a shortcut across the scrubland. This is where John's house now stands. In some way, the 18th century events seem to have been reactivated within the walls of the house that lies across the old fisherman's track.
Started in about April last year. Presumably I got up for a coffee, or for some reason I got up, walked through the door into the kitchen, and I smelt this fishy smell. And of course, carried on, made the coffee, came back. Then the next night it happened again, but it always happened at the same time, about 5 past 5. And then the next night, and it continued. But the smell of fish was actually smelt not just by myself, but quite a few people who'd come into the flat. By my children who come on a Sunday. And if, let's say, Daniel sat in the front room and he's watching, which he used to watch the wrestling on Sky One, the other two didn't like it very much, so they used to go into the bedroom and watch a video or something on the other channels.
My brother and sister was watching a video in my dad's room. So then they said, Daniel, come in here. And so I went into the room and they said, we can smell fish. So I could smell it too. And I said, Dad, it's your washing powder. Why don't you change your washing powder?
I changed to a really expensive powder, and of course the smell was still there, so I went back to my cheap powder again, see.
John asked me to look after his flat whilst he went away for the weekend. He gave me the keys and I went in, had a look around. But as I went in the door, there's very strong, overpowering smell of fish, and it was really bad. And I looked around the flat, nothing appeared to be out of order, everything was okay, and came out again. And I wondered what the smell was, and when I got back, I told Yvonne, that's the wife, about the smell.
Smells and odours might seem a totally unlikely hint of underlying paranormal activity. In fact, there is a long and detailed record of their being linked both to some kinds of psychic hallucination as well as to paranormal events. In this case, it seems unlikely to be hallucination, since we have no less than 6 independent witnesses. Professor Archie Roy has no doubts that there can be a powerful link between smells and the paranormal.
It's not just that people see apparitions, and it's not just that they sometimes hear voices. Every sense can register, seemingly, phenomena. There have been many cases of people who must be taken to be honest, and who have said that they have suddenly smelt a particular perfume or a noxious smell, and then subsequently it has disappeared. I myself have had a case where there was a very powerful perfume, so heavy, so old-fashioned, that I was sure my clothes would stink of it for hours afterwards. And then the entity, if it was an entity, said, "I must go now, goodbye." And the perfume was cancelled like that.
As far as I'm concerned, smell is just one of the sense modalities. And just as some people see apparitions, other people hear sounds, which if you like are not physical, they're auditory hallucinations. Some people have tastes, and some people have smells. And in a way, the smell, the sense of smell, is the most primitive, in the sense that if we go back to earlier life forms, the smell was one of the first ones to be developed. And indeed, when people are falling into unconsciousness or dying, they say that smell is one of the last sense modes to go.
But for John, the sense of something strange going on in his house had become too much. It constantly nagged away at his mind, this same event happening at the same time every evening. Eventually, he summoned up the courage to confide in a friend who had some interest in paranormal events.
John was quite worried or anxious, or about what had been going on. So the only thing that I could think of doing was to contact Peter Bowers, who somebody, acquaintance of mine, and because he's more in tune with the spirit world, and I thought that he would be the best person to pick up on what's going on.
He said, "I'm actually coming to Plymouth tonight, to Plimpton." He said, "but I will call round and I'll help you and I'll get rid of this, whatever it is." And he said, "I will be there at 7 o'clock. So, fine, great. Mandy and I sat there, had a coffee, had a chat, trying to discuss about what we think it possibly could be. And about 5 to 7, there's a knock on the front door.
John looked out the window and there was nobody there. Also remembering that at this point that the spirit wasn't in the flat with us at that time. So anyway, the knock came again. John thought it was Peter Bowers, but as I said, when he looked out the window, there was nobody there, and the knock came again. And I said, well, of course, it could be that this spirit has been invited here by Peter Bowers, so we must let him in.
I said, right. I said, well, you can answer the door then. So she brushed past me, opened the front door, and as she opened the door, she said, "Come in." Nobody there. It's a bit spooky, if you ask me.
As he walked past me, I could smell the fishy odour that had been associated with him. And it actually went right past me and right past John, who was stood in nearer to the flat door. John and I went into the flat door, closed the door, and I said to this spirit, well, have a seat, make yourself comfortable at home, because my belief is that you treat them, they still think that they're alive, so you have to talk to them as though they are alive.
By this time, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up like you wouldn't believe, And she said, "Sit down in this chair next to me," and the smell of fish was actually surrounding this chair.
A few moments later, Peter arrived. Remember, he had had no warning, no previous connection with John or his story. All he knew about was the strange smell. He claims to have sensed the presence of some alien entity immediately. He went on to describe his contact in extraordinary detail. Age, physical appearance, the robbery, even most unlikely of all, a name.
Now the feeling was that it was a man of about 60, 65, something like that, a small man. He would only come up to here on me, up to my shoulder, rather thick-set, greying hair, but with a very unhappy and miserable expression on his face. He gave me a date of 1759, and he gave me a name of James Goldsworthy, and he told me that he'd been, if you like, an itinerant fish merchant of some description, or peddler, something like that, and he'd had a route of going from the back of the Barbican where he lived, collecting fish and other commodities from various places where they'd be landed, and bringing them up round to the villages at the back of Plymouth, and then he'd go around the circuit during the day and back home again by the evening. And at some point in time he'd been robbed in the vicinity of this place, in the vicinity of this house, and as a result of that it had caused a lot of hurt in his life. He'd been injured and his arm had been broken. His family had left him, his wife had left him at some stage, and all his good misfortune, if you like, flowed from this one instance here, and this is what kept him here. When a soul comes like this to be released, it's necessary for them to be able to make a connection through to the other side of where they need to go, because they're trapped in a lower vibration down here on the earth, and they haven't got the ability themselves to raise themselves into this new situation that they want to be. The reason they're trapped is their sadness or fear or whatever other condition that they've got around them. And so in this case, what I did, standing on the spot that I'm standing on now, I opened a vortex of energy into which he stepped, and it has the same effect as an elevator. And when the energy is right and he's in the right energy field, it's literally just a case of him passing up and going. Now we always say a little prayer, the same as we would for anybody else who was hurt. And this is what happened on this occasion, and he was just lifted from this room, where I'm standing now in the hall, and away. The whole thing would only take 3 or 4 minutes. It doesn't take an enormous amount of time.
This account, for all its graphic detail, leaves us with the eternal problem: what to believe. We have no means of sorting fact from fiction. Peter's story could all be pure fabrication. But in this case, the strange events at John's house that evening were only the starting point. They opened up a remarkable trail that enabled James Goldsworthy, 1759, to make contact with James Goldsworthy, 1996. Immediately after Peter's visit to the house in Molesworth Road, the strange events stopped. But for John, there was an unexpected reaction. Instead of a sense of release, he felt a deep sense of loss, as if a member of the family had passed away.
The night after all this had happened, I was sat in here by myself, and it was about 9-10 o'clock at night. I was watching something like News at 10 on the television, and I felt really sort of as though I'd lost something or somebody, you know, when you lose a member of the family and you get that horrible gut feeling. And I had tears rolling down my face for some reason, and I was crying. I was sat here crying, and I didn't know the reason why. And obviously I knew it had something to do with what had happened, so I rang Peter up and asked him what he thought it was. And he said, of course you're going to feel like this for a couple of days afterwards, because what he'd got rid of has been around for 250 odd years. And at that point I decided that I wanted to really find out a little bit more about who he was or what he was. Started asking Peter some questions, and he just started rattling it off. It was like he was talking to somebody up there.
The owner asked me if I could give him any more information which might help him to trace the man, which I must admit was the furthest thing from my mind at that time. I told him that within the next few days something would happen which would make the whole situation much clearer. I wasn't sure what that would be, only that something was going to happen which would tie in with the name of the man that we'd been given, James Goldsworthy.
Checking your mirror when you're braking.
Only a few days later, the first part of Peter's extraordinary prediction clicked into place. John was giving a driving lesson to a complete stranger, a young man whose name was Jimmy Taylor.
We just finished the driving lesson, and I sat down and did a debrief with him, and he was talking about his stepfather who was taking driving lessons, and I said, oh, send him to me, I'll teach him how to drive, just joking like. And I said, well, if he's your stepdad, who's your real dad? Where's your real dad? And he said, oh, he died. I said, well, what was he called? He said, James Goldsworthy.
And that was where John freaked out and started telling me about another person called James Goldsworthy who's supposed to be haunting his house.
If your dad is James Goldsworthy, then he is James Goldsworthy, and I'm sat in this car next to James Goldsworthy. And I just couldn't believe it.
Both John and James were stunned by this event. They decided then and there to dig into the records of 18th century Plymouth to find out if there'd ever been a James Goldsworthy, and if so, where he'd lived and died, where he'd been buried. They started with 3 mysterious clues Peter had claimed to get from the old fishermen. They were looking for an ancient church on a hill overlooking water.
He was 60-ish, around that age, and he died in the middle to late 1700s. He said actually he's buried in a church in the fold of a hill near water. But it's not any church, it was built before the 1500s. So I decided to go out to the library and get a book out on churches and historic houses and such like things, and I went right through the whole lot until I actually found 3 churches it could possibly be. One was St. Budo, one was Stoke Damerel, and the other was another one up the river, which I can't remember the name of it now, but it's quite a long way off, so we counted that one out really.
The most appropriate church seemed to be that at Stoke Damerel. It was near where the attack had taken place, and where, as it happened, John and James both lived. But there was one major omission. It certainly didn't overlook water. When we began to dig into the records, however, we uncovered an extraordinary and hitherto unknown fact. Back in 1759, it had overlooked water, a tidal creek that ran to the bottom of the hill. It was only filled in about 100 years ago.
This is Molesworth Road. As you can see, at the bottom it meets the waters of Stonehouse Creek. It was perfectly possible for small fishing boats to make their way up to this area at the bottom of Molesworth Road. There are small cottages there that may well have been used as fishermen's cottages. Nowadays, Victoria Park takes the place of Stonehouse Creek. It has been infilled and obviously no longer can be used for fishing.
In Victorian times, when the creek was filled in to become Victoria Park, the road across the park was clearly built on the lines of an older bridge. The fishing cottages are still there, now overlooking the park. So, Stoke Damerel Church fitted Peter's description in every respect. But what would the burial records reveal? This was the key test of Peter's claim. If he was right, they should prove the death of a man called James Goldsworthy sometime after the year of the robbery, 1759. They did.
I'm Paul Bruff, the Senior Archivist at West Devon Record Office, the County Council Archives for Plymouth, and we're responsible for the records of the parish of Stoke Damerel, which is the parish of Devonport. And amongst the burial records that we have, I have a register which includes an entry for the 7th of November 1774, which refers to a burial of one James Goldsworthy.
Even with all this historical verification, at first hearing, this story seems unbelievable, incredible. How is it possible? How does it fit into our view of reality? That a man buried here in 1774 should be able to communicate with a living human being over 200 years later. It's an idea that shatters our everyday frame of reference. But more and more scientists have come to believe that some psychic mediums are tuning in to a communications channel that science doesn't yet understand.
We have a real and important mystery here. There is no doubt that some mediums are seemingly acting as channels between people on this side and what one might call the communicating intelligence, whatever it may be. Information is got through these mediums that they simply could not have obtained in any normal way. What this also means is that the reductionist materialist model of a human being as simply the animal that grew the big brain and that you only get information through the 5 senses and that is all, is embarrassingly inadequate. There are faculties that the human being has that seem to be demonstrated most strongly by the phenomena of mediumship.
Mr. Goldsworthy was trying to make some sort of contact with the James Goldsworthy who is alive now. The reason I'm not sure of, but no doubt the family will be. It's an unusual occurrence, I think, in an instance like this, to get an entity that actually is able to identify itself and give so much information. It isn't normal. But so many strange things happen, and people who I meet often say how strange things happen, how coincidences happen, that this is not really abnormal. There are lots of things happening like this all of the time, but it doesn't sell newspapers, and it's only known by those people who happen to be aware of it at that time.
We can only speculate. Could it be that the ancient James Goldsworthy's purpose in making his presence felt when he did was to ensure the continuation of his name? He needed to contact James Taylor, who had abandoned his father's name. Either way, the message from the past has had a profound effect upon two people in the present.
Now changed my name to James Goldsworthy to carry on my father's name. And with going through what has happened, the James Goldsworthy could be a past relative. That has encouraged me to change my name to Goldsworthy.
Before this experience happened to me, I was not very spiritual, or I believed in God. Obviously, I think most people do. I didn't go to church. I wasn't into talking to dead people, if you want to put it that way, until after the event. And now that this has all happened, and things have actually been proven to me, where somebody can come into my house and say, there's a guy walked through your house, his name's James Goldsworthy, and he's buried in a church down the road. From 250 years ago, or as close as. I mean, how does that guy know this James Goldsworthy? Where did he pick him up from? And the proof is obviously in the records that this James Goldsworthy has been found. And to me, that is just fantastic. I mean, I'm not here on television to try to prove to people that there is something on the other side. I'm just here to tell you that it's been proven to me, and now my faith has been made so much stronger about the possibility that there is life after death.
Living 10 years in London with the noise and the traffic and underground, one had got used to a sort of a different, the sort of the madness that the British take for reality. You know, there's a sort of standard Greenwich mean gloom, you know, that everything's normal and anything a bit eccentric, you know, that doesn't conform with this, which is a particular form of sort of English madness, which is different to the Irish madness. Now, when you live in the Irish countryside, you sort of take the supernatural of the presence of fairies or banshees when people died. It's not at all odd, because in the Irish countryside it's sufficiently dark and sufficiently quiet for the sort of the other world to make its presence felt.
We came here, we were just married, and we were up in the greenhouses picking grapes, and she had her hand out, and she suddenly felt little fingers pulling off her wedding ring. And directly below her there was stone, and it never hit the floor. It should have gone pink. So we searched, we dug up the greenhouse, And I knew that greenhouse had often childish laughter been heard. So I said, well, it's the little people who live just one octave up, and they have sort of naughty sense of humour. So I went up and I said, now listen, very funny, we're all very amused. Now here's some silver for you, and I buried a few half-crowns, and I lit some incense. I said, now can we please have our wedding ring back? I went back to the house, and a few days later Helen was turning out some old bags, and in this inner zip pocket here, there was our wedding ring. Explain that one away. But that's something you expect to happen in Ireland.
Castle Leslie lies deep in the green rolling countryside of County Monaghan, almost on the border between southern and northern Ireland. It stands on the edge of a lake, a huge neo-Gothic pile that was built in the middle of the last century, on the site of a much older castle. And as with so many of these old houses, in Ireland and elsewhere, it seems to be an extraordinary focus of paranormal activity. People talk, for example, about the 18 ghosts of Castle Leslie that link the various generations of the family and their servants and retainers, stretching back across the years. Like, for example, the story of old Ned, the gardener.
Well, my two uncles, Uncle Ned and Pat, both were the top gardeners here. And as I say, they were here, I think they were there from about 14, and they were roughly there till 75 or so. And I remember we had moved from the village up to a new set of houses in the village, and we took them with us because they had got asthma. But my uncle, Ned, was dying, and we were sitting with him because he couldn't be left in the room on his own. And each night we sat there, he would be pulling at the bedclothes, and I would say, what are you doing? He said, I'm washing the roses, because the roses were fabulous. And his job was looking really after all of the flowers and the hedges. And he'd be always watering the roses, and it fascinated us. We used to look at him and say, God, he really thinks he's in the garden. He's actually watering the roses. And I would go and say, Mum, Uncle Ned thinks he's in the garden. And she said, leave him alone, he probably is there. But then on the Monday, he was still working away as he thought in the gardens, and he said, around about 10 o'clock, Anne, I'm going to work. And I said, right. We used to tell him, oh yeah, okay, get ready. And just a few minutes after, I kind of looked, and he seemed to have just fell over, and I ran out and said, Mum, I think Ned's dead. And she said, oh, not at all. She went in, and he was. And about 20 minutes after that, the doorbell rang, and I went to the door, and I was in tears, because we loved him. And Desmond Leslie was standing there with the red rose in his hand. And I said, oh, you're late. I said, he's just died. He says, no, I just met him in the roses. He says, I've just come from the gardens, and I just met him down there. He was walking through the rose bed. I couldn't believe it.
The Leslie family goes back a long, long way. They claim to be able to trace their ancestry back to Attila the Hun, one of the men who came out of the east to bring down the Roman Empire. But the estates in Ireland go back to the time of Charles II. They were part of a gift for fighting Cromwell. Originally, they were vast, but over the years they've shrunk to about 1,000 acres around the castle and the village of Glasloch, which was built to house the workers on the estate. Generations of families in the village have worked in the big house, and many of the stories of paranormal events would suggest that they are woven into the very fabric of the place.
Well, there was an extraordinary continuity, because a lot of the people about the place had been right back from the time of my great-grandmother. In fact, only last year, Bridget, the housekeeper, died, who joined my great-grandmother's staff, Lady Leonie Leslie, one of the Jerome sisters, and effectively ran the house. Leslie's came and went, but the staff was sort of permanent. It was their house, really, and one often felt one was there on sufferance. One would creep down to the basement level, which within my lifetime still had Annie, the cook, and the boy who polished the boots and lit the boiler in the morning. There was still the last vestiges of the upstairs, downstairs Victorian setup.
The kitchen which we have now for the dining room used to be the butler's bedroom, and the corridor along it seems to have quite a lot of activity on it. I think maybe one of the reasons is it was the corridor between the male and female servants, and the butler's bedroom was on the corridor, and what the old codger used to do was loosen the tiles, so as they tried to sneak up and down the corridor after hours, he would hear them, and of course there was great war if it was caught. So eventually what they did is they realised that if they got out one window and crawled along a parapet, they could avoid his bedroom. But both Jackie and I work in the kitchen, and quite often you'll see a fleeting shadow go up and down the corridor or get a sensation of somebody walking past. And when we had a freezer in the corridor about 2 years ago, I was counting something in the bottom of it, and the corridor is a door at either end of it, and I heard somebody come through the door and walk down the corridor behind me, and I saw the figure start to go past, and I thought it was Elton wearing his grey sweatshirt, and I called up to him that I wanted something, and the figure walked behind me and out the other side, and he didn't respond, so I stood up and looked round, and the figure had gone, and the door coming out of the corridor was shut firmly, and there's no way that there was a person that had walked past me. Give me a little bit of a fright.
I was actually showing a group of children around the basement, and we'd been here in the wine cellar, and you have to remember this was a very normal run. I could have done this 100 times, but on this particular occasion, and it was 5 o'clock on a sunny day, a summer's afternoon, high summer. As I say, this had all been done before. We finished the tour here in the wine cellar, and we stepped outside just to finish up with a little talk about the historical aspect of the basement. And just as these things happened, we just slipped into that other time, and I looked up, and he was standing there, looking at us, and I knew it was a servant who had always been here. And my feeling was not these dreadful horror stories. It was a feeling of, I'm trespassing here, and he's telling me that. I also felt foolish. What are you foolish people doing? It was very, you see, this was their territory, this was their home, and it still is.
Castle Leslie was in its heyday in Victorian and Edwardian times, and throughout the place there is a sense that those times haven't entirely gone away. There are countless stories, for example, of incidents that would seem to link the characters who occupied the house then with the people who live in it now. The story of Great Aunt Constance is a typical example.
The house was built by Lady Constance, and it is still very much her house. I think if you see her portrait, I think she's still quite a strong presence here. And she died in, I think, 1927, and in around 1944, her son, Sir John Leslie, died, and his young wife was very ill, and she was in the mauve bedroom, just literally one above here. It was her favourite room, and that's where she wanted to spend the last of her days. And the nursemaid was sitting in a chair by the door, and a door opened, and a figure swept in and came over to the bed, and Leonie recognised her. And shortly afterwards, Leonie passed away, very quietly and peacefully. And the nurse assumed it was a member of the family, and hadn't said anything until after the funeral. She was in the dining room, and she pointed to the portrait on the left of the fireplace, and of course it was Constance that she'd seen at Leonie's bed. But it's the third time in this house alone where somebody has come back to take somebody else with them.
As several psychic investigators have put it, it's as if the entire fabric of the house has absorbed the colour and flavour of the people who've lived and died here over the generations. Every room has its story, and it seems they can be witnessed other than by members of the family. Many visitors to the house, for example, have very strange stories to tell.
Lucy and I were down here for the evening, and we'd gone to bed early and decided to read books. And we were cuddled up in bed, and I was reading her one of her Beatrix Potter books. I'd left the pile of the books on the side of the table, and I suddenly heard this dragging sound, and I thought, had one of the dogs come in, or what had happened? And I heard it coming from the far side of the bed where Lucy was, and we both looked over at the same time and noticed that the books on the pile were sliding off the top one by one and just falling to the ground, and for no reason they just stopped. And Lucy then said to me, "Mummy, can you see the people?" But I couldn't see anyone there.
They were children. They were dressed in shiny jumpers and dresses. I saw them moving the books. They were sliding down to the ground. They fell off and disappeared out of the room. They went through the wall because they were magic. They were ghosts.
How do you know they were ghosts?
Because I looked at their faces and they were ghosts.
It was frightening, the sound, when we first heard it because we didn't know what it was. But when I realised the books were dropping off the edge of the table, I knew there was no reason for it. And when Lucy said, "Look at the children," then it dawned on me that we were experiencing something really strange and inexplicable, but she was comfortable looking at these children which I couldn't see.
Here in Castle Leslie in Ireland, one of the family's more recent heroes is Uncle Norman. He became heir to the estate around the turn of the century, at about the time that he joined the Irish Fusiliers. When the Great War came, he went to France and took part in some of the very earliest fighting. He was never to see Castle Leslie again, because he died in a furious charge on a machine gun post, wielding his officer's sword in October 1914. But around the time of his death, there were many reports of his actually being seen walking the gardens in his family home.
I think one of my favourite stories here is about my great-uncle Norman. He was the second eldest son at the turn of the century, and his elder brother Shane didn't want the running of the estate, so it was passed to Norman. And Norman had joined the army and then graduated in 1906. The First World War came and he set off dutifully for war. And on the 18th of October that year, 1914, he was seen back here. He was seen along the lake by Jimmy Vaughan, the old gamekeeper, and checking round the grounds.
Uncle Norman, you see, was killed at the very beginning of the First War, leading a charge with a sword, because the War Office didn't think it quite good show for officers to carry guns, by gad, so, up guards and at them. Well, it's not a very good thing for attacking a German machine gun nest. He came walking down that garden path there in broad sunlight one afternoon, and the old gamekeeper said, "Oh, Mr. Norman, you're home," and he smiled and walked on in.
And it assumed that he was home on leave and checking his estate before he came to the house. And his room was got ready, and his mother was told. And there was great bustle in the house to prepare his meals. And there's still even a little note in her diary saying Norman's home. And that evening he never came to the house. And everybody feared the worst, and within a week the letter would come from the War Office to say he died early on the morning of October the 18th, hours before. He was seen here hours after he died.
The Norman story is typical of the ghosts of Castle Leslie. They all seem to involve people who have a profound spiritual or emotional connection with the place. And perhaps because there are so many people around the house, there are almost always multiple sightings.
None of the stories or sightings or hauntings in the present Castle Leslie are sort of sinister. The old Castle Leslie that stood on the same site that was demolished in the 1600s, but apparently was a sinister presence in the back stairs. And interestingly enough, one of the few spooky, frightening experiences that happened when I was living there is when they were repairing the roof in the 60s, the workmen refused to come after night because right where the old castle stood in front, white figures were seen moving around where the back stairs had been, and they refused to carry on working on the house after dark.
I don't think we have ever found that Castle Leslie was associated with anything unpleasant. I think that has to be said first off, because so many of the great houses of Ireland have really bloodthirsty, unpleasant stories attached to them. Castle Leslie is what you see, a lovely family estate with a kind of feeling of being cared for.
The fact that the Leslies were able to stay put in one house for 350 years, and it was a big enough house at 96 rooms or whatever, to accommodate all their clutter without most people have to sort of purge to stay sane. They have to keep purging the clutter of different phases of their lives. With somehow at Castle Leslie, the sort of sediments of each generation remained to be hopefully not too much of an impediment for the next generation, meant that the sort of family memory, the folk memory extends back over a much greater number of generations. So the feeling of reality of people in the past, because you know what they look like, their pictures are there, their clothes might be in a cupboard. This is the chair that fat Charlie Leslie had made in 1780 when he, developed gout, and there you can see the leather patch where it was worn away, and you can see how fat he was because his breeches and waistcoat are still hanging, in the cupboard, made him a real person. And I think that's the unique element to Castle Leslie. It's like a time capsule where the vibrations and objects of 350 years of interesting life remains. There's nothing to disturb it.
Many psychic investigators would argue that what you have at Castle Leslie is exactly what you would expect to find. The house is filled with the relics and paraphernalia of the people who've lived and died here over the generations. And so you find a long history of coincidence and association building up to a very high level of expectation, creating an anthology of ghost stories, you might say, around births, marriages and deaths.
In many stately homes, there is a real sense of history. There are big portraits of ancestors. There's lots of stories of what the ancestors have achieved. And so it's not difficult to believe that, those people are still around, that they would have had strong emotional links with the house, and that's why their ghosts are there. But obviously, these stories, the pictures, the books, have a big influence on the people living in the house. There is a feeling those people are still around. They see some apparition or something at the top of the stairs, and so they sort of in their mind convert that to be the great-grandfather who was killed in the Battle of X, and that's why he's still coming back to see us. It doesn't mean these things are true. It may just be that the expectations bring on, this sort of experience.
But that having been said, it's very important not to write off sightings of the same event by several different witnesses. And there are many stories that are immensely difficult to explain away. The witnesses are sane and balanced people. The events are apparently impossible. Take Patch the dog, for example.
Late one night I was sitting on a box painting the skirting boards in the bathroom, and the next thing I saw Jack Russell jump off the floor and land on my knee. And just as he landed on my knee, he disappeared. And I looked at my friend, and we both decided it was too late and we needed some sleep, and that we both should go to bed. So that's fine, we went to bed and didn't think too much about it. And a few days later, she was in the bathroom, and the radio was on the bathroom floor, and it was tuned out to a station. It was just making lots of noise. And as she walked in, the next thing she heard something go, "Patch! Patch!" And it was like somebody calling, and calling quite desperately, and she shouted at me, and I ran up. And I just heard one or two calls at the end as it faded out. A number of weeks later, you'd be lying in bed, and the next thing you'd hear something scratching on the floor. You'd hear on the floor. And one particular night, I was sitting in bed reading my book, and the light was on, and I could hear where the scratching was coming from, and I assumed it was mice or something, so I threw the book at it. Nothing happened, and a few minutes later, the scratching resumed. So I shouted to my friend who's in the other room, and she came in, and the two of us shared the bed that night. And the next thing in the middle of the night, she woke me up because she heard the scratching on the floor. And all these little fragments didn't really make sense until one day I bumped into my aunt, and she said, "Oh, we hear you've got a new small dog. We hear him yapping and barking sometimes." And I said, "Well, we haven't really got a small dog, but we do have a small problem." And I started to tell her the story of the dog being seen, and the scratching and the barking and everything else. And she said, "Well, that's very strange, because her father, my great-uncle Seymour, as a small boy, had a little brown and white Jack Russell called Patch, and he'd had TB as a child, and for some reason some of the boys were taunting him and teasing him, and they decided they would taunt his dog, and things went badly wrong, and they killed the dog by mistake, and of course the dog's name was Patch."
The events surrounding the burial of Aunt Anita are of a very different category. All we can say is that there seemed to be a surprising conjunction of natural events witnessed by many people. It was a still, calm summer's day. Aunt Anita was about to be buried across the lake.
My Aunt Anita was the primary person in residence there when I was a young child, and she was a remarkable and charming and beautiful woman, great sort of writer of historical works, and was a great sort of focus of the family. When she died 10 years ago, she insisted on being buried because of the Red Indian heritage in the family. She wanted to be buried between the roots of two trees. And we had a very remarkable and moving burial service for her on the banks of the lake, looking across at the castle. And at the climactic moment where my father read out a particular poem that my aunt had wanted read about her soul rising and going home, a sort of wind spout came up the lake, which under them had been mirror calm, and all the autumn leaves got sucked off the trees as of one, formed a great sort of golden vortex that came right over where the funeral was and sort of shot up, cascaded up into the air. Now, this was a perfectly natural phenomenon. Stranger is that the timing of that, this tornado should pass up the lake at the climactic moment of the funeral, sucking all the leaves, and the lake that had, up until that moment, been mirror calm, boils, you know. So if a hand had come out of the lake with a sword, you know, and had taken the prayer book away, nobody would have batted an eyelid. And all the Irish were saying, ah, there goes Anisha's soul, and they all sort of waved bye-bye to the leaves. But we, coming from London, said, but, I mean, this can't be happening. I mean, look, good grief. And everybody thought we were just a bit, you know, and it was just the difference between passing through the sort of psychic force fields from, say, a busy urban life to kind of rural Ireland.
There is no doubt that Castle Leslie is a beautiful and romantic place, and a place where it's immensely difficult to unravel fact from Celtic mystery. But many of the stories that cluster around it are little different from the kinds of stories that in our research we find linked to many old family houses right across Europe. Most of them can perhaps be written off as coincidence or anecdote or embroidery of a half-remembered event, but not all. We are left with that mysterious core of stories that would seem to defy rational explanation.